Okay. I really did try to get here on time today. I really did. Things had a way of not working out that way. Because of course they did. That's like super zoomed in here. Is it my eyes? Is it that monitor? The monitor's a little... no, that does look a little fuzzy. Let's see. The problem is that my display is always so small. That it never looks like we're zoomed in enough. Alright, that's a little better. This camera doesn't have a good focus on it, so, like, it's a manual. So me fussing with the focus isn't gonna do anything. I have to change how far we're zoomed in. Alright, I'm thinking that's probably pretty good. Probably. Alright. Oh, damn, what did I just close? Damn it. I didn't want to close that. I needed that open. I needed that open, damn it. Dashboard. Alright. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I'm a hot mess today. What am I not? What am I not? How is everybody? How's your day going? Hope it's going alright. Our rain finally arrived. So, that was good. We needed that shit. There we go. I had to click off on something because that was bugging me. I don't get it. This one video of mine keeps getting hits on YouTube, but there's like no watch time on it, so I don't know what the heck's going on there. Unless people are just clicking through, which could be. That's possible. Anyway. Let's, uh-oh. Come on. There we go. There we go. I closed it a little too tight. Couldn't get the needle out of the handle. That's not good. So it's Monday. It's a rainy Monday. You're gonna hear the traffic sloshing by in the background, probably. They were saying we're gonna have thunderstorms, but I don't think it's thundered once. It just seems to be a good bit of rain today, from what I can tell. So, we were working on our roof panel, our second one, And we haven't started to put the icing in yet. We'll get there. But I decided, since that's a little more, it's not as time consuming, but stay. But I don't know if I'd really call it more involved than putting the color in, but you know, it is a thing, so it is a little bit of a process, so I'll probably hold off on doing the icing part until the end. I guess leaving it to the end does make it a little bit more involved, I suppose. Alright, I'm gonna try to make a couple of these a little bit bigger. Because right now it looks like we're just using the broken off pieces from the other side to fill in this side. I would at least like to get a few bigger pieces brought on over. At least to try to. Because we're getting down into crunchy time here. Because there's still a few things that we need to do. It's almost the end of October. And I still have 3 Christmas gifts that we need to work on here. And if I had time, I had wanted to try to do a few ornaments for the tree. I'm not sure I'm gonna have time to do that on stream, or time to do it, period. I won't have time to do anything extra this week, because I have a few more things I have to do for the podcast for this upcoming one this week that I kind of forgot I still needed to do. So I need to get in there and get that sorted. Alright, let me pop this guy up very carefully. So I did get a little bit, those that were here yesterday, I did get wax on this corner. You can kind of see, yeah, you can see where it splashed there, where it's slightly white. And I got the corner here. Kind of smells like the wax melt, but at least it's a scent that doesn't bother me, so small miracles, I suppose. Let's go with our orangey color next. I am gonna have to fluff more of the yellow. I just don't know if I'm going to have to fluff it for this project or the next one I need it for. I think by the time I had gotten to the yellow, I think my hand was messed up, or my arm. And I was only like just fluffing enough to have some put aside. Because that was not fun. I couldn't even open a pair of scissors. I was like, oh jeez. I could, but it was not pleasant, to say the least. Alright, so let's see. Guess maybe here. And I'm okay if there's the little bits of gapping happening, because you know that's where the white's gonna go. So I'm gonna try not to be too obsessed about it yet. And this is why this pass was very quick, and it wasn't as polished as the house sides were, because we're covering all of this. So, and I didn't necessarily have to do this color pass on here, but I wanted it there in case there were any thin spots, and you might be able to see a little bit of the fuzz under the roof line and stuff, so just to try to keep with everything and keep it a little more consistent and stuff. Decided to just kind of roll with it. And, you know, it's been working out so far. I'm really happy with how the other side of the roof came out, so... So that's all good. What do you have?
Oh, I grabbed a small box of Cheez-Its last time I was out.
Ah.
So just switching it over to a bag, I suppose.
Yeah, that's why I did mine in the Ziploc the other day. They just go stale too fast in the box, and then the little plastic bag rips or doesn't shut tight, or I forget to shut it tight. I really should just get like a Tupperware container and just like put stickers on it that say Nisey Snacks. But we don't have that large of a plethora of snacks all the time, so well, I don't want to do a yellow here, because then we've got yellow, yellow, yellow. I mean, we could do green. We could do another purple. I think we're gonna do another purple. Feels like the better choice here. Oh gosh, I still have to get the base finished. That's only about halfway. Hopefully I can get that caught up. I think we're just gonna have to try to do a couple longer sessions coming up. Meow. What's up, little? Little has come thundering in. Yay, she bit somebody else this time. She either wants what you have, or she wants attention. She was being weird yesterday. At one point she was meowing at me, sitting on the windowsill behind me. She wanted cuddles, so I gave them to her. And then I was working on that article for hours last night because my brain just would not cooperate and make sentences that made sense. And I had to keep stopping and rewording, and then there was photos that I had to stop and re-edit, and because they were too big for the website, and I'm like, God damn it, like nothing's ever fast. And she kept meowing at me. I'm like, Cat, I'm trying to work. You're breaking my workflow. And so I held her for a few minutes, and she was starting to settle in, and I'm like, oh no, like, you can't nap here right now. I have things I have to do, ma'am. And so I held her for a few minutes, and I was like, well, let's go check your food situation, because sometimes she gets needy when she's trying to tell me the food's empty. So I took her out there, and the food bowl was full, and I'm like, child, what? And so she went off to her own devices, and I'm like, okay, fine. And I started to try to go back to work, and 10 minutes later she was back meowing at me, and I'm like, girl, what? I don't know what you want. So I picked her up to hold her again, and then she took off on me, so I was like, okay. Excuse me. So I think she just wanted to play at that point. I'm not really sure. She's one I have trouble figuring out. Like, I'll think I know what she wants, and then she just, no, that's not it. There's no consistency with her at all. And then she got, there was tape on the edge of the window, I think from when we had the air conditioner in the window, and it was like white duct tape. It had blended into the molding, so I kind of didn't see it for a while. And she found it though with her nails. She had stretched up and was reaching and was like trying to claw it, and then her one foot got stuck in the tape. And I'm like, really? And she panics when her nails get stuck and stuff. And I tried to pull her foot up to get it out of the tape, and then she was trying to bite me, and then she was screeching and panicking at me. The husband had already gone to bed, and I'm like, eh. And so she wouldn't stop freaking out, and like she gets like nasty angry. And I'm like, girl, if I need stitches because I'm trying to help you, I'm not going to be happy. So I had to turn around, get up, pick her up, and hold her butt up so she was level with the tape, so it wasn't pulling on her foot. Usually then, like, if I go to pick her up, she'll like panic and release her nails from whatever. That wasn't happening this time, and I'm like, you're really stuck on this, right? So I pulled the tape off the wall because I couldn't get her nail out of it without her losing her mind. And I pulled the tape off the wall and sat her on the chair so I could try to get a better look at it, and then the tape fell off. And I'm like, really? So I'm like, child, you have got to get this whole nail thing figured out. But I guess it would make more sense to start over here instead of going backwards. Sometimes I have to go backwards, though. It's the only thing that makes my brain happy. Sometimes I have to work backwards. Oh, hey. Send me that thing for what you wanted that character to look like. You never did.
Oh, no big deal.
No, I want you to. Don't make me go try to find it.
Alright, I'll find it in a little bit.
But, yeah, so she's something else. She still seems to have that little bit of wild panic in her. I don't know if it's a teenager in her or what. Because you can see she has these moments where she wants to be a cuddle kitty, but then she like remembers that it's not good for her image or something. I can't be seen acting like this, and then she flips out, and then it's back to Demon Cat again. So tell ya, she is something. All right. So start to get this all tucked into here. I had a brief panic moment last night because one of the husband's extra hard drives was making his entire computer start to eat shit, and we're like, oh no. And anything he was trying to open on it was just stuttering the computer. Had all of his D&D books backed up on there, or at least a good portion of them. Ones that he doesn't have physical copies of. Those D&D books, man. I'm telling you, they're cursed. We lost a bunch to a flood in our basement in New Jersey. I don't even remember what caused that. Was that the hot water heater taking a dive, or was that when the humidifier on the, or the dehumidifier on the air conditioning system line froze over? It wasn't a pipe breaking. Might have been when the hot water heater flooded the basement. Because there was so much water down there. We had to get rid of a rug. He lost some pretty expensive books from that. So that super sucked. You okay?
Uh-huh. Just had to get a water.
Oh, okay. You got up quick.
Send you that thing.
Oh, okay. You got up super quick, so I wasn't sure if something was wrong.
Oh, I just said grab water.
Alright. So hope everybody's Monday went by pretty quickly, pretty gently. The Mondays can be rough. The article is done for the new UI, so all of the photos from the show that we were posting are now up on the website, and they are big. They're as big as I could make them and still have them fit into the article. So if there's something that you guys can't see, or you know, an image you're having trouble with, feel free to message me, and we'll see if we can get a size worked out that you can open and make sense of. They aren't metallic-y, but they do have a slight metallic sheen coming through between the, mixing with the camel in the back and whatever, I guess this felt. So I think that's kind of interesting, because I mean, yeah, they're not metallic. Okay, I think green is our next color in line here. Get that guy all sorted out. So, I mean, I'm trying to make them a little bit bigger, at least in comparison to a similar size on the other side. It doesn't seem to be working out that way, though. So that shirt ended up being an absolute total loss. The wax and the essential oils or whatever smelly stuff that houses the oil for the wax melt soaked completely through the weave of the shirt, because it wasn't like a t-shirt material. It was just like a really fine weave. Shirt total loss. So mad. Mad at myself, really. But, I guess at least I didn't get burned. And the wax didn't get in my keyboard. It hit my keyboard, hit the wrist rest on my keyboard tray. But it didn't get in my keyboard, so that's something. That's something. I'm so glad we're getting this rain, because we really did need it. Because we're surrounded by a good amount of, like, we're not in the woods, but there's a good amount of trees around us in the area. I mean, it's a farming, or what's left of a farming community. There's still some farms around, but we're also kind of like tucked up against, or at the base of a few smaller mountains and pretty good hillsides, and those are tree covered. So when we were under a wind advisory all weekend, and when they popped up the wildfire risk and they were putting the burn bans back in place, I'm like, oh boy. A little nerve-wracking, because there was a grass wildfire a little ways north of us, and not too far north of us, like within an hour, I'd say. So that was a little, had to keep an eye on. And then there were all these grass wildfires popping up in Oklahoma, just burning through like the cattle fields and stuff, and I was like, wow. That's a little daunting and unnerving. So definitely happy about this rain, because even with the burn bans, there's some assholes around here that don't give a shit, and they're like, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. And people are like, if you get caught burning during a burn ban, your ass is gonna get really fined, so don't do it. Kind of glad we don't have the fire pit this year, because we wouldn't have been able to use it anyway. We've been under burn bans so much. And with as dry as it's been, I wouldn't want to risk even lighting that if that was okay. I'm not sure if the fire pit itself would have been burned, would have been on the burn ban, or if they were just talking, you can't burn your trash. Because some of the areas on the city limits, or outside city limits, are allowed to burn trash if it's in a specific burn barrel. and what have you, in the city are not supposed to. I've known some people that said they did anyway, like they would throw it in their fireplace and burn it. And I'm like, that doesn't sound like good and healthy for your chimney. I certainly hope you're getting your chimney maintenance. Because the last thing anybody wants is a chimney fire. Because you had residue build up on the inside from shit that you weren't supposed to be burning. But we don't have a fireplace, so... Well, I think there was let me rephrase that. I think there was a fireplace in this house at one point, because there is a brick chimney coming out of the roof that goes to nothing. We have no idea where it goes. Where our pantry is positioned kind of lines up, I think, with where this brick chimney is in the roof, so I almost think that the chimney, that the rest of the fireplace got ripped out, and that the pantry got put there. There's like some kind of shelving that got shoved there. This house, somebody just took over. There was so much stuff done in here that Russell and I raise our eyebrows at, and we're like, is this up to code? Like, I don't think that this was something somebody had a permit to do on the up and up here. This feels like this was a DIY. I'm bored, I'm going to change this because I don't like this, or something happened and we have to change it, and I don't know, like, it wasn't even a good DIY, it was somebody that, like, didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Because we have an interior door on an exterior door frame, like facing the outside, and I'm just like, why? And, nothing makes sense in this house. Absolutely nothing. What color are you? Oh, you're... Okay, that's your color. Alright. So it looks a little rough right now, but that's because we haven't gotten our white in all of the gaps yet. So I think we're gonna grab our yellow, and we'll start to move that in here next. Alright, so Russell had listed something on looking for artists. Is that a Reddit, you said?
Did you ask me a question?
Yeah.
What?
So you listed this on a Reddit?
Yeah.
Okay. So...
Like I said, I'm just, again, there's a 7-day cooldown on making requests, so I'm just going to wait until Saturday, because I posted at a really stupid time.
Wilderness survival themed. Exclusively uses bone darts. So this isn't an actual gun in their hand, though?
No. Okay, that's not like a picture of the character or something. The whole idea is that you put images to reflect what you're interested in for the character, for someone to use as like concepts.
Okay, well, so bone darts wouldn't necessarily have to be pictured?
Yeah, no.
Okay. Would they have a gun at all?
No.
Okay.
I may not even end up getting a chance to use the character, so it doesn't matter that much. Because talking to Tyler yesterday, there's a very real chance that he's just not going to have time for at least a year. Which, no surprise, but...
Well, I mean, he is going for his bachelor's. That's going to be a bit
I'm
involved.
not surprised or concerned, but...
No, I'm just surprised that he seemed to think he would.
Yeah, well, he tends to underestimate how much... Like, he actually expressed a slight degree of regret because of how involved the robot thing is.
Well, yeah, because the robot was extracurricular, wasn't it?
Well,
like,
it'll look good on his resumes in the future.
I mean, it probably would, but...
Yeah.
I mean...
But he didn't realize that they were going to be doing it the way that they're doing it.
Well, I mean, anything that's gonna look good on a future resume is gonna be involved now.
He thought that they would be done, and they kind of were, but they've also gone through and, like, they completely scrapped and redid the programming for it.
Oh, God.
They've had to swap out which computer they've used. There's been a whole bunch of shit they've had to change.
Yeah, like, I mean, and the fact that he's doing it part-time, too, and has to work around it. I mean, I knew that boy was gonna be busy. I was like, he's still gonna try to play? I'm like, do you guys need to find another person so that you guys can at least keep going when he's not available? Why do I get the feeling I'm gonna end up being brought in?
You don't want to play?
No, not really.
Well, then you're not gonna be brought in.
I mean, mostly because I'm still sleeping when...
Well, no, you said you don't want to play.
Yeah, but I'm also still sleeping when you guys are
It doesn't matter
going.
because you don't want to play.
It's stressful for me to play. I get myself all upset because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And I already know that I can be a whole lot to deal with when I don't know what I'm doing, and then when you have another person that's almost on the similar memory level as me in the group, that can be a whole ass a lot, so I don't want to add to it. Based on an iguana or other big boy lizard? What other big boy lizard? Like Godzilla?
My brain couldn't come up with anything because it was late at night on a Friday. But, like, I didn't want some kind of, like, skinny little dinosaur.
Little Geico gecko?
Yeah, I want a gecko. Or a chameleon. Something big and stupid looking.
Well, geckos are tiny.
Well, yes, but if you look at how they're designed physically, if you mentally scale them up, they're thick. They're big.
Okay, so you're looking for more robust, not necessarily big as in height.
Yeah.
Okay. Dexterous without looking the part. We don't really get fat way lizard folk, we just got bulk. Coloration as you see fit, although if the torso is visible, some sort of pattern would be nice. Like, what do you mean by pattern? Like scales, or?
Like stripes or dots or something.
Okay. Outfit is pure bayou survivalist. Image without the gun or shirt, because real swamp folk don't wear cotton finery. No, sir. Okay. So would they be wearing like an alligator skin vest or something?
I don't know, whatever.
Alright. Bonus, awe face for inspiration, your call if it's happy or unhappy awe. What if it's like epiphany awe?
Whatever. Again, it's just inspiration.
Huh. Alright. So you said there's times that are better to post on there than others?
Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna try like early morning Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's usually there was a big uptick in activity at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna try then and see if I happen to catch someone's attention.
yellow always kind of feels like it needs a little extra layering. I mean, it is a lighter yellow, so it's not that surprising. I was so excited to see that yarn go on sale. Was it still on sale when you were Christmas shopping?
Huh? What?
The yarn?
Yes.
Okay. I know I got yarn. Or I'm getting yarn. I don't know what colors, though. I had a whole ass list of colors that I didn't have. And I don't know how much I'm getting. And the husband keeps tormenting me because he's like, oh yeah, and I ordered the second surprise. And I'm like, second surprise? I was like, there was a first surprise? And he goes, yeah, remember that box that showed up out of nowhere? That was kind of heavy, but not really heavy. You could definitely tell that there was something in the box. That wasn't a lightweight box. It wasn't making any rattling noises or anything. He's like, don't shake it. And I'm like, but what the fuck is this? And he goes, you don't need to worry about it. My mom thought I had opened it when I was like, hey, this box came. She's like, oh shit. And I'm like, what? I didn't open it. It didn't have my name on it. I couldn't open it. Just letting you know, a fucking box came. And then I was like, wait, what's in there? Because everybody was like all in a panic that thinking I fucking opened a box that had my mom's name on it. I'm like, since when have I done that? You all know me better than that. The only mail I open is the mother-in-law's, and that's when it looks like a bill that we need to know about because we're the ones paying the bills while she's not here. I mean, we kind of need to know the bill situation if we have to pay them, so. And she knows that we're opening those. She told us to. Anything else that looks important, we're calling her and telling her about. And then we're opening it while she's on the phone. Although fortunately, or maybe unfortunately, we haven't gotten any bills in the mail from Toll by Plate, so I'm hoping that they've learned their lesson. Although I don't think they were in Massachusetts this time. Although I could be mistaken. They weren't really telling us where they were. I think they set up shop up at the one families in New York and New Hampshire, though. So I don't think there was too much for them to get in trouble with. Alright, so we're about... This row will put us at about halfway down this side. Oh, I love it. The rain kills me, but I love that we're getting it. Like, I was starting to get a pretty rockin' headache when I was going to bed, although that could have been how tired I was. Like I said, my brain did not want to cooperate while I was working on that article last night, so it took me a whole ass lot longer than it should have. I think I didn't get it published and tweeted until like 4:30 this morning. And then I like popped into Coral Island for like a day because I wanted to see something on my off-stream game, and then the husband's like, hey, when are you going to bed? Because he was having a long night, and I was like, well, I really should go to bed, like, within the next few minutes. Because I could feel the level of tired seeping in. And tomorrow is another day. Or at that point, later today was another day. Do you guys count it tomorrow as tomorrow after you wake up? Like, do you consider it the next day when you wake up, or do you consider it the next day at midnight? I mean, I know technically it's the next day at midnight, because times and clocks and stuff, but what about your internal clock, your brain? How do you view it? So for me, working graveyard shift at the casino and at Walmart, when I was there, I didn't really consider it. Like, if I went in on Monday night, because I think we started right before midnight for time clock purposes. I think we started like 11 or something. So we'd start on Monday night and we'd go home Tuesday morning. And I didn't consider it to be Tuesday, officially Tuesday in my brain, until I got up from sleeping. For the day. Like, I got home and my brain's still like, it's still Monday. Definitely made for confusing times about what day is it and when is something need to be done by, and especially at the casino. Oof, I had for a few months, I don't think it was quite a year. It might have almost been a year. But my schedule for a period of time at the casino, they had laid me off and brought me back. Because according to my immediate boss, the director of the department I was in, I was never supposed to have been laid off to begin with. He never okayed that. Like, the layoffs came down from higher up above him, and he's like, what the fuck is this? You laid off my best employee. He's like, what the fuck are you doing? He fought tooth and nail to get me back, which I thought was odd, but I was like, okay. And my schedule for a brief amount of time was 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. a couple of days a week. Man, that fucked me up so bad, because I didn't drive. I don't drive. I have my license, but I don't drive. I'm fucking petrified, and my depth perception scares me when I'm behind the wheel of a vehicle, and my absent-mindedness. I know it would not be good. It would not be a good idea. I know my limits. And so I would take the bus to work. I would take the train when we were in a position to take the train, but where we lived, the train was a bit of a pain in the ass. If we had lived where my dad had moved into, then taking the train wouldn't have been a big deal, because it was like right across the street. Even though half the time the train ran late or whatever, but that's another story. But the one bus that dropped off a block away, like a block down from the casino, that stopped running at a certain time of night. And I think the last one on that was like 10 or 11 at night. And there was another one or two other ones that ran all night. But they took you down into the middle of Atlantic City. And I was a little nervous about traveling on my own. I'm just getting these lined up now, aren't I? I was a little nervous about traveling on my own through the city late at night. Being female and all that, so I was like, don't like this. So to work around that, I would have to go in with Russell, and Russell had to start at midnight. So I was still getting up and going in. What the fuck bus were we catching? Hi, meow. Don't get stuck yet, okay? Hi. What's up? I just put food in that bowl, not a half hour ago, ma'am. So I think we were on a 10:30 bus. I had a long day. So, sometimes I went in by myself. Depending on how I was feeling, but I tried not to, because, I mean, the city we lived in wasn't the greatest either. There were multiple nights the next bus stop down, they were getting police reports of shots fired and stuff, so a little nerve-wracking waiting out there for the bus to come late at night. And so like I'd have to get up by like 9 to get ready to be out the door by 10 so that we could catch this 10:30 bus. So I think that was the last one that came in close, and if we missed that one, then we had to take the one into the city, but that one didn't come till like 11. And then if we took that one down into the city, then we either had to pay to get a jitney, which was like a tiny little shuttle trams. They were not free. They should have been free for casino employees, to be perfectly honest, but they weren't, because it wasn't the city running them. It was a outside company. There was a free shuttle bus from the train station to the casinos. So when the train came in, you could hop on that, and casino employees were supposed to have priority on those, but it never worked out that way. They would just be like, oh, we'll have another shuttle come in. But it's like, I need to get to work. You just want to go play a slot machine. Can't I just get on here first, please? But, you know, sometimes it was just faster to just fucking walk. If you had the time. But you know, the shuttle wasn't the Page shuttle. The little mini tram buses. Those were getting more and more expensive. I think when we left, they were up to like $2.25 or something, and I'm like, it doesn't sound expensive, like $2.25 per trip, but some mornings we were trying to catch a specific bus to get home before a certain time. So then we're shelling out money for that, and you know, when you're working 5 days a week, and then some weeks I was working 6 because they needed people, or if it was a holiday or something, or someone was on vacation. They were kind of good about not having to work doubles. It was very rare that I had to work a double. But there were plenty of times where I was called on my days off. Like, hey, can you maybe come in? And I'm like, what? Meow. No, I didn't meow on the phone. I was just like very confused because I was half asleep and my mom's like yelling at me, someone's on the phone, and I'm like, what? Like, your point? I'm sleeping. So yeah, we'd be up by, well, I would be up by 9 at the latest. Hi, Little. What is your deal, Little? What? Why are we meowing? Don't, what? Why are you mad? Why are you trying to bite me?
What is your malfunction?
I don't know what her deal is. She's pissed about something. I don't know what the hell she wants. But she's angry. Or she's fired up about something. My demon child. She actually has a fur pattern on her stomach that looks like a grinning demon. It's kind of hilarious. I think I've posted it before. I don't remember if I showed it on here or if I showed it on Twitter. I can show it again on Twitter. I still have the photo somewhere. I think. I'd have to double check, but holy hell. But yeah, no, that messed me up. So I'd be getting up at like 9 o'clock at night. And by the time we got home, then we had to figure out if we had to go run any errands. And then food had to happen. But a lot of the times I was so tired, I couldn't even contemplate making food. So we'd end up, there's a place that was a few streets down from us, not even 5 minutes from us, that had pretty decently priced food that was good. So a lot of the times we were just ordering something, but they didn't open till like 10:30, 11 in the morning, so although on the 2 to 10 shift, I had to come home on my own. So a lot of times I'd be walking in the door and I'd be like, order food. So, because Russell would leave long before I got done. Some mornings the exec would let me dip out like an hour early if one of the other clerks came in. But does she just want somebody to play with her?
Yeah. She seems to be better now I've done so.
Yeah, she's kind of riled up here. Alright. So, I mean, it sucks coming home by myself, but, you know, at least then it was during the day and it wasn't so bad. Although the buses were starting to get pretty crowded by 10 a.m., so that kind of sucked. But on that schedule, I was dipping out early more often than not. I'm like, hey, so-and-so's here. My ass is dragging. Can I go the fuck home? Or half the time, the one exec that was there would be like, go home. And I'm like, okay, thank you. Like, you sure? And they're like, yeah, you don't need to be here. There's, like, nothing happening right now. Nothing does at this time of morning. And I'm like, okay. I'm not quite sure how I ended up on that schedule. I think it's because there were gaps, and that's just where they shoved me. But they could have just made me, like, midnight to 8. And that's eventually what my schedule ended up getting changed into. After I think somebody else retired, but I guess that was the shift for part-time or whatever. I don't know. It was bizarre. Or maybe it had to deal with the hours that my dad was working, because we couldn't work there at the same time of the day. We couldn't be on the same shift. We could work in the same department, but we couldn't work together. So a lot of the times I was coming in as he was going home. I was his relief. Which kind of screwed me over during the one snowstorm, because I was his relief the night before it was supposed to snow. Like, it was just starting to snow or something, and they asked me if I would stay or some shit, and I think that was one of the few times I worked a double. And he was supposed to relieve me in the morning, the way they had the schedule set up. but he couldn't shovel with his medical conditions, and I don't think people were thinking it was going to snow that much. But he was going to try to come in, but they asked me to bring stuff in case I had to stay. And they're like, well, just treat it as you're staying, and then if you can leave, you can leave. And I'm like, okay. Like, the director of the department was like, oh, your husband can stay too, it's fine. He's like, I don't care, I just need you here. And I'm like, okay. So, it was kind of good that they did that because they stopped running the buses, so I couldn't have gotten home if I wanted to. And so that meant that I couldn't even get a ride because it had snowed so much that my dad couldn't dig the car out and he couldn't come in for his shift, so we had to wait until somebody else managed to show up that lived closer by that could walk if they had to. And so I did, like, I was there over the weekend, didn't really sleep because the wind was howling, the elevator doors were kept blowing open, like they wouldn't stay closed on the elevator shafts, which was dangerous. And people were getting stuck in the elevators because of how windy it was. And it was a fucking mess. And I'm like, I just want to go the fuck home, please. I will walk. At one point I was like, I'll just fucking walk home because, you know, I just want to go. They finally got the buses up by day 2, I think, like late day 2 or morning of day 3 or something. I'm like, I'm fucking leaving. And because I had to work a double or something and I didn't get any sleep, my dad's like, well, since you worked my shift, I'll take your shift, but you need to dig the car out when you get home. And I was like, all right, fine. So we swapped shifts and the execs were fine with it. They're like, I just need somebody here. And so after like having maybe 4 hours of sleep over 2 days, because I could not sleep there, I got home and the snow was about, oh god, I think it was like knee deep in our driveway. And so then I spent probably, oh gosh, like Russell was fucking exhausted. He's like, I'm going to bed, I will dig this out when I get up. And I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be frozen solid by then, I'm just gonna do it now. And because when I lay down, that's it. I'm going to crash. And so I'm like, no, we're doing this now, we're doing this now, we're doing this now. So I think it took me, oh gosh, maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours to dig the car out. Like when I came in, I shoved some food in my face and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go pass out now, because I was like to the point where I was like tired, delirious, and I'm like, I need to go to bed. I was almost too tired to sleep. It was like that level of tired. I'm like, oh lord. So Russell, he kind of woke up a little bit when I came to bed. He's like, you're just laying down? I was like, yeah. He goes, where were you? I said, I told you I was digging the car out. He's like, I told you I was gonna help you. I was like, yeah, but it needed to be done now, because if we waited any later, it was gonna freeze. And my mom had gotten me these stupid fucking snow boots for Christmas that were a fashion statement and not a functional snow boot, which is why I get mad when she wants to buy me clothes, because I'm like, stop it. Let me pick them out, or don't pick them out, because you don't buy things properly. And they were like some kind of weird ass gimmicky boot that had this like fleece pad on the bottom. There was no tread on these snow boots, number one. And I kept looking at them and I'm like, are these actually snow boots or are they snow boots? Cause I'm like, how are these snow boots? My sneakers had more tread than this. I've had dress shoes that had more tread than these fucking supposed snow boots. And I was just so mystified. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And there's like, oh, there's a warming pad under the ball of your foot so that you don't slip. And I'm like, what? And it made no fucking sense to me. And I humored her and wore them like twice. Once during the snowstorm, never again. The pad that was supposed to prevent you from slipping seemed to not have any actual meaningful waterproofing under it between your foot, inside the shoe, and the bottom of the shoe. So after about 10 minutes of walking around, I'm like, why do my feet feel wet? I'm like, my feet feel wet and cold. Like, what? Come to find out, this fleece pad was like soaking wet, and yeah, no, it was using the body heat from my foot to like melt whatever I was standing on so I didn't slip on it. And I'm like, this is fucking stupid, because now my socks are soaked, my feet are soaked. How is this helpful? And then, because it was just melting the little bit under the ball of my foot, I'd be standing there waiting for the bus, and I'd go to move my foot, and the rest of the shoe, like around this pad, wherever the pad wasn't, was freezing to the ground. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I tried to pull my foot up the one day and almost took my shoe off, and I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, why? This is dumb. And I'm like, no. So after that incident, I'm like, nope, we're not wearing these again. Did you move that bowl off the stove? Because she's going to be starting dinner. Okay, I was going to say, I don't think she would have thought to move it. Which would have totally negated the reason for us putting it there. I had meat thawing in a Ziploc bag on the one surface that we use as counter space, and like we have like a table set off to the side, and the one cat was insisting on sitting there, and she was trying to sit on the bag, and I'm like, no, you can't sit on this. So we put it in a bowl and we moved where it was, and then I'm like, oh, we can't leave it sit on the stove because now she's gonna be making dinner, and I don't think she was gonna move it. So alright, but just, oh boy. Alright, we somehow got lined up here, and I didn't want to be that level of lined up, so this is our orange. Start to getting this guy tapped into here. Oh, that got pulled short. That's okay. We can fix that. That's not that big of a deal. So I'm gonna put my placement here so I don't forget to do something over here. Alright. So yeah, I gotta see if I can resurrect my gouache, because it all dried out, and it didn't mold, it just dried out. So I'm like, I've seen other people being able to bring it back to life. And there was still a good amount in that container, so I'd like to try. Because there's one thing I want to try to needle felt, but I also want to try to paint it too. And I might do it on the watercolor paper, because I still have a bunch of that. Somewhere. I'm not sure if it got moved from where it was, because I did rearrange some containers, like where stuff was being stored. think I know where it is. But again, I haven't had the fucking time. Like, what the hell happened? I was supposed to have extra time now. I think beta happens what it was. Beta and X-Pack transition prep, I think, is what happened. Because tonight, well, no, tonight I have at least one write-up to do for somebody dinging, and for the website, and then I'll have a second one pending, but I don't know when that person's gonna get back to me. And that, I think, was a pickup truck. It's rather obnoxious. I need to get back into beta. I have to take some screenshots of stuff, and I want to try to take like a 15-second video to give an idea for people that haven't been in beta or seen anybody doing it of the dragon riding. But then that means I have to edit video. I won't have to edit too heavy though. I don't have to have any audio on it, so that will help to a degree. Alright, colors. I think we'll go green because I still have that out. I need to pull out some more purple. It's been a while since we've had a green guy on the end here. And we still have Christmas presents to do, and I never have enough time. And then my brain rebels, and then it just like shuts down after a while. I'm just like, huh? I was like, no, we're just gonna sit here. And I'm like, no, we have things that have to get done. Like right now. Let's go. And I'm like, I'm up so late, you would think. I was trying to make sure that I'm taking a little bit of time to do something that I can just kind of vegetate with towards the end of the night. Some nights I'm able to. Some nights I'm not. Depends on how involved the evening was. That's kind of why I started messing with the off-stream Coral Island game. Just to give me like an hour if I'm not too tired to do something that's not constantly gotta get done kind of deal. Did you ever take him out?
No.
Was he standing there waiting to go out?
No.
I was gonna say, because sometimes he doesn't care about the rain. It's more Zuzu that's like, oh no, my feet are getting wet. Almost not a huge fan, but he'll do it. He's not as much of a prima donna as Zuzu is. I kid you not, when we were on vacation in Key West, in 2018, when we took the dogs with us, that bastard like, it's a tropical climate, right? It was October. It was actually about this time of year, because we were there, I think our last night there, they were starting to gear up for Fantasy Fest. I think the last night there, they did the zombie bike ride for when we were there. That was way too many people on that parade route for Russell and I to deal with, so we didn't go to that. But it rained one night, overnight, and we were on our way to breakfast. Hard Rock Cafe was right at the corner of the alley side street that our vacation rental was on. It was like a half street, and then it was Hard Rock Cafe on the main place. We stayed. Where did we stay? We stayed at Roselane Villa's Vacation Rentals. It was a little pricey, but the location was fantastic. I would have been happier if the pool had a hot tub option. It didn't. It was just the pool. And, I mean, the pool was nice, though, but I would have been happier if there had been a hot tub. And, like, we had a designated parking spot, or there were parking spots for people staying in those, units. But we didn't have to move the car the entire time we were there. We didn't really need it. The couple times that we did use other transportation, the cabs weren't that expensive, and they were rather plentiful. But my only complaint was that you could hear the people staying above us stomping up the stairs. And I don't know if it was because of the shoes they were wearing or they just didn't think about it. But we could definitely hear, like, we couldn't hear conversations, but we could hear movement. So, I mean, that was a little annoying at times, because at that point I was actually sleeping at night because we were up during the day doing stuff, so I had kind of been forced back into a normal sleeping schedule for a little bit. But it rained the one night, I guess overnight, because when we got up there was puddles in part of the alleyway as we were walking to Hard Rock, and we had the dogs with us because Hard Rock down there was dog accommodating, but you had to sit outside, and we didn't care. We liked sitting outside. It was very nice to sit outside at the tables. They had the umbrellas, they had misters, they had fans, and in that time of the morning it wasn't that hot anyway, so it was just nice because it was super early. I think it was like 7 or 8. We went like right when they opened. We were there so much that like the wait staff was starting to recognize the dogs. I'm like, okay. And you know, the dogs got brought their own bowl of water and stuff, and I'm like, oh, alright. So I'm like, okay, cool. And because there were puddles in the street, and one of the puddles like covered the entirety of the street. It wasn't deep, but it was wet. Zuzu, I had him because he was being a little bit of a brat, and I usually have Momo because Momo tends to walk a bit better on the leash, and sometimes Russell gets frustrated with Zuzu when he doesn't want to do what he should be doing. So I had him that morning, and Russell had Momo, and we got to the puddle, or maybe I had both of them, and Russell ended up taking Momo, and we got to a puddle, and Momo's like picking his way around it, but he still went for it. And I looked at Zuzu, and Zuzu just stopped. And I'm like, come on, breakfast, let's go. And he just stopped. And he looked at me, and he's looking at the ground, and then he's like picking his feet up like a cat. And I'm like, what? I'm like, let's go. It's just rain. You're fine. And he's like, and I'm like, come on, let's go. It's just water. Look. And I stepped in it. I'm like, it's not even deep. It's barely wet. It's not a deep puddle, I promise you. Come on, be the big brave dog. He's like 20 pounds. And he's like, and he would not budge forward. And I'm like, are you kidding me? and he just looked at me, and we were having a stare down in the middle of the street, and I'm like, I'm hungry, let's go. And he's like, I had to bend down and pick him up and carry him past the puddles. And when we got to the sidewalk, I put him down, and he was happy as shit, walking fine, no problem. I was like, you bastard. And then my shirt was muddy from picking him up, and I'm like, really? So if we noticed the ground was wet, one of us would, usually Russell would go down and just get breakfast to go and bring it back to the vacation rental, and we would just eat there. So I'm like, you're such a dick. I'm like, next time we take the two of you anywhere, if there is a next time, I don't care. I will rent it. I will buy it. We are budgeting in a doggy pet stroller because you're just being a pain now. We almost rented one, or tried to rent one while we were there, because Zuzu started limping out of nowhere and we didn't know what the hell was going on. He wasn't whining that he was in pain, he just started limping. We think his toenails got crossed because they were a little bit long at one point, and then all of the walking that we were doing, he wasn't used to that, so we think we just kind of made him sore or some shit, or maybe he twisted something. So then there was a couple of days where we didn't really, somebody had to stay with them anyway, but we were taking them out a little bit less. And I couldn't leave them home because our house sitter, they wouldn't have, our house sitter was not here all day, because he had to work. It was somebody that used to be our roommate, so he knew the house, he knew the dogs, he knew the cats. And we had the guinea pigs still, so he was feeding the pigs. Wait, did we still have the guinea pigs? I think we still had the guinea pigs. So he would feed them. My dad would sometimes feed them. I don't remember if we still had the guinea pigs, actually. We might not have. We might not have. No, you know what? We didn't, because it was just the cats. If we'd still had the pigs, the mother-in-law wouldn't have been able to go with us, because she would have had to stay to deal with them, because she knew what they needed. Because they needed a bit more of every day, multiple times a day, being checked in on and stuff. So no, we didn't have the pigs. But our friend was still working. We thought he had vacation, but he was still working, and he was driving back and forth, and some nights he was staying here, some nights he wasn't, and he was checking on my dad and then feeding the cats, and I think he stayed here on his nights off because he had his own animals he had to go home and deal with. But they wouldn't, like, I couldn't have left the dogs here with my dad because my dad's unstable on his feet, so he couldn't have taken them out, even though my dad's like, oh, you can leave them, I'll take care of them. And I'm like, yeah, the last thing I need is for them getting under your feet and tripping you out in the middle of the yard and nobody being here to help you, so that's not gonna happen. And the mother-in-law paid for the trip, so I couldn't really tell her no, she couldn't come, so that would be like a really dick move. So I'm like, well, I guess the dogs are gonna have to come with us then, because I don't have a dog sitter, and I couldn't board them, and we couldn't just leave them in the hotel unattended or in the vacation rentals, because Zuzu seems to flip his shit if we're out of sight for a certain amount of time, and if we don't say certain words before we leave. And I don't know why, and I don't know how this started or when it started, but it did. And it makes no sense, but he's suddenly got like severe separation anxiety, where he'll just start howling his head off, like a mournful, loud, oh my god, I don't know where my people are, they've left me, I'm never gonna see them again, holy shit, what is happening, howl. And then his brother will join in. Momo usually doesn't start it on his own. Momo usually doesn't give a shit. But if Zuzu starts, then Momo starts. Which is all sorts of ridiculous. But, so we couldn't even leave them in the hotel room to run to get food to come back. One of us had to be with them at all times. So Russell would run and get food and I'd have to stay to keep an eye on them, or the mother-in-law would have to stay in the room if we wanted to go down to the pool or get in the hot tub or something, or we needed to go and get trip supplies or what have you. So it was kind of stressful with that level of dog neediness going on, and I would have rather not taken them. I'm glad we did, but they were a handful. And the hotel's like, well, if they start making noise and you don't get back within like 10 minutes to deal with it, then we're gonna end up having to kick you out if it's a problem. And I'm like, right, so somebody had to stay with them. You know, we had to have our dog crate with us, and that took up room in the car. I mean, it was collapsible, but it collapsed flat, but it still took up a bit of room in the trunk. So we had to make sure that was with us in case any of the hotels on the way there, because we drove, asked to see that we had one, because you never know. But, yeah, I don't know what Zuzu's deal is. The other night, afternoon? I guess afternoon. I guess, well, it might have been while my dad was in the hospital. Maybe a month ago. I'm sitting here, and Russell went somewhere. I don't know if he had a doctor's appointment. Maybe he took my dad to a doctor's appointment. Maybe my dad was home. Russell wasn't here and my dad wasn't here. I know that much. And I guess my mom went outside to smoke, because we don't let her smoke in the house. My dad's on an oxygen machine. He's not supposed to be around it. This was the compromise we came up with. It was outside or not at all, basically. And I'm sitting here, and all of a sudden I heard this, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck was that? And then it stopped, and then it started again, 10 times louder, and then I'm like, oh shit, where's the dog? Because Momo jumped up, and Momo's like, what the fuck's going on? And he's looking towards my parents' room, and I'm like, what? And I didn't know my mom was outside. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on? So I'm like, is he hurt? He's getting older? Is there another problem? Like what the fuck's happening? So I jumped up, ran into the other room across the house, and he's sitting on my parents' bed, so into his howling that he's not even registering the fact that I'm standing there at first. And his howl is so loud, it kind of reminded me of like a tornado siren. And I'm like, hey. And he's just like going on with his howl. I'm like, hey. I'm like, Susu. And he finally stopped. And he looked at me and he's like, oh, you're here. And I'm just like, what is your deal, dude? I've been here the whole time. I was in the other room. I was like, you could have come and looked for me first. But I was like, oh my goodness. The corgi in him really came out. He looks nothing like a corgi, but he's a corgi mix. It's in his family genealogy. His grandmother looked more corgi than him or his mother does. Or did. But, yeah, I was like, I thought the world was ending. I was like, sir. And then I'm like, come in the other room with me. And my mom came in. And she's like, what was that noise? I was like, it was the dog. And she's like, what? I was like, yeah, he just started howling because he thought he got left alone. She was sitting on the porch. And he didn't even come to our room to see if we were here. He just started howling. I don't know if he woke up from a nap and saw that he was alone and like flipped out, or what. But he just like completely lost his shit, and I'm like, sir, calm thyself, you're fine. He's crazy. Yeah, but if we ever go away again and they're still alive to go with us, I am getting a doggy stroller. We would kind of need to now at this point anyway, because of Momo. I mean, Momo can still walk around, but he doesn't like to go very far or very long. Like, he'll want to go out to pee, and as soon as he pees, he's like dragging me back into the house. He's like, I gotta get back. And I'm like, hold up. Wait for me, please. They're both so ridiculous at times. So I know I said I was going to try to make these bigger, but it started to not sit where I wanted it to. That's okay. I'll try to squeeze another green one into here, I guess. So, what was the verdict on everybody's weekend? Everybody have a good one? Staying warm, staying cool, staying dry. Staying crafty. What you been up to? Everybody ready for Halloween? Are you celebrating Halloween? I think I said before, we used to decorate when we lived in New Jersey, because we were in more of a neighborhood situation, so we have kids come by for trick-or-treating. We had when we had the St. Bernard, so at one point we had 2 rough coat collies and the St. Bernard. It was sort of a mix between a long hair and a short hair. Like, his one parent was a long hair and the other parent was a short hair, so his hair was kind of all over the place. And somewhere in between. So we had our big regular door, and then we had a storm door that had like a screen, sections for screens to go in, or glass, you know, whatever you swapped them out to. And we had to put hook and eyes on the inside of the door frame to help hold the storm door closed, because it didn't shut tight. And when you have a 150-pound St. Bernard, you don't want them leaning against the door and it popping open. So we would have to do that to keep the door pulled closed. So at Halloween, my mom still insisted on giving out candy, so we would kind of decorate. We would carve pumpkins and stuff. And she didn't like the thought of opening the door constantly to hand out the candy, though. So we would take the screen or the glass out of the top of the storm door, because it was in 2 different panels. And we would leave that open, and we'd leave the glass panel in the bottom of the door. So every time somebody came to the door to do the trick-or-treating, all 3 of the big dogs were like right there. And or if the St. Bernard had gone to lay down somewhere, as soon as somebody came up to the door, he came like charging up. And so many people like would be there, like all these kids would be like, trick or treat, and he would just like be charging up to the door, and he's like, woof, and they're like backing up. They're like, oh my god. So they're like, oh, it's Beethoven. And they would just be mystified, but they got the snot scared out of them whenever he came charging up to the door, so we was sort of like our extra security to make sure that nobody was trying any shit. I mean, we'd get the high schoolers too. We didn't care. You know, at least the kids, like, we didn't even really care if they didn't have a costume on. Like, you know, some older siblings got saddled with taking their younger ones out because the parents had to work or whatever. And there was a lot worser things, or a lot worse, more worse things that kids could have been doing on Halloween aside from being out trick-or-treating. So we didn't really give a shit. We weren't going to give anybody a hard time. Like, here, you want some candy? Have some candy. We didn't give a shit. I remember the one year when I was still in high school, what was it? I think we were freshmen. We went trick-or-treating, and a couple of houses that we went to, the adults were like, aren't you a little old to be trick-or-treating? And, like, they were giving us, like, a hard time, and I'm like, well, at least I'm, like, not out doing drugs or out drinking or getting into trouble, you know? I'm just fucking trying to get some damn candy for free. Like, what the hell? Like, I'm in a fucking costume. I put the effort in. Are you gonna give me candy or not? I'm like, what's the point in giving kids a hard time? If they're being respectful, they're behaving. You know, like, why? Let the... With all of the bullshit that kids get put through with high school, and I know some older people will think, you know, oh, you kids have it easy today. No, they really don't. I mean, it's a different set of problems. Just because they weren't the same problems that you had to deal with doesn't mean they have it easy. Just let them de-stress for like a fucking night and have some fun. It's fucking candy. Like, really? Just let them have a couple pieces of candy for free. Is that really so much to ask? I mean, already humiliating yourself putting a costume on. And going up to strange houses and being like, yeah, can I have some candy? Like, just... It's one night. Let them kids be kids. It's not like they're 22-year-olds coming up and demanding candy. Just holy shit. But apparently our area is doing a trunk or treat. I think the weekend before Halloween. When is Halloween? What day is it? So Halloween is next Monday. Excuse me. I think they're doing a trunk or treat the day before. It's either that Saturday or Sunday. I can't remember which. I think it's that Sunday, but it might be that Saturday. Halloween's kind of weird here. It's very hit or miss because of the area that we're in being so heavily, how to word this, being so heavily religious, shall we say. The religiousness that's around here tends to believe that Halloween is for the devil, the really hardcore people, and that that kids shouldn't be out trick-or-treating or participating in anything remotely called a Halloween activity, but they'll have a fall festival and they'll have the same things that you would do at Halloween parties. So I'm just like, splitting hairs here, but okay. Like, they're like, oh, pumpkin carving, there'll be a costume contest, and I'm like, uh-huh. And they're like, well, there'll be free candy and snacks. And I'm like, so you're having a Halloween party? And they're like, no, it's a fall festival. And I'm like, but it's essentially a Halloween party. And they're like, no, it's a fall festival. Halloween's the devil. And I'm like, you're having these same exact things. It's like, I'm just like, okay. But they do a trunk or treat instead of like, a lot of people will go to the trunk or treat instead of, you know, giving out candy at their house, or they'll take their kids to the trunk or treat instead of taking them trick or treating, because a lot of the houses around here in certain spots are pretty spread out. Some, I mean, there's normal residential neighborhoods, but, and you know, you have your subdivisions, which are kind of creepy, where all of the houses look exactly the same. I'm sorry, if I spend that much money on a house, I don't want it to be the same exact layout as my neighbor. Like, I want it to be a little bit different. I want, like, the roof line a little bit different. I'd want the layout inside to be a little bit different. Like, I don't like that it's so cookie cutter. And it's the same exact building material on the outside. Like, that always kind of bugged me, but some people like that, I guess, and that's cool if you do. It's just, it's not something for me. Especially when a lot of the subdivisions have rules about what you can have out and what you can't have out and how you can decorate your front yard, and I'm like, if I'm paying over $300,000 to have this bitch of a house built, I'm gonna put what I want in my front yard. I mean, I don't need, you know, Bobby Rules Stickler HOA founder out in my front yard measuring how tall one of my bushes is, like, you know, or thoroughly examining what color paint this is on my front door. Like, stop. Just stop. I would get my ass in so much trouble in being in an HOA situation. I don't even know why these things exist. They really shouldn't. I mean, it's bad enough when you have, like, a community fee that you have to pay for, but then when they're, like, dictating, you have to give us this amount of money, and you can't decorate the property that you just bought and paid for and are paying taxes on any way you please. You have to do it this way. And I'm like, that's kind of a lot of control for somebody to have over a property they're not paying for. I don't know, I don't understand it. It kind of bugs me. We're not part of one here, though I do believe from the sound of some people speaking on a couple of the citizen-run Facebook pages for our town. Some people are. So I'm like, oh boy, better you than me, because I'd be getting fined every single day, because I'd be like, no, screw you, I'm not doing that. This is dumb. But that's just me. I mean, if you're okay with that level, or if you want to be in that neighborhood that bad that you're willing to put up with it, hey, more power to you. I couldn't. I just... Nope. I'd be in all sorts of trouble. Especially since I customized our mailbox, and I'm sure that would be a no-no. We had to replace our mailbox, because after the dump truck hit it, it was definitely on its last legs, and then it got to the point where it wasn't staying shut anymore. And was being kind of funny about sitting on the post, so we had to get a new one. And then I think Russell told me to do something with it or customize it, or he was okay with us customizing it. Just to give it a little bit of personality. I'm fairly certain if we lived in an HOA, they would have thoughts of my flamingo army coming into existence in the front yard. And that would be a problem for me. Like, oh, it's my front yard. I will plaster this bitch with as many lawn flamingos as I see fit. I'm the one that has to maintain it. Mind your own damn business. Like, as long as the grass is getting cut and the house isn't falling down, take your damn self back across the street. We have 2 neighbors where we are. And, neither one of them really seems to give a shit. I mean, we occasionally interact with them. The one more than the other. I think they were more friendly with the mother-in-law. Because they definitely noticed her not being around. And we're like, hey, where's your... I think they said to Russell, where's your mom? Been and stuff. And so they've definitely noticed her not being around. But then again, she was always hanging up her laundry outside to dry on the clothesline and stuff. So, and we don't really use the clothesline. We did for a little bit for the guinea pig laundry, just to try to save some electricity, and it was just fleece, so it didn't take that long to dry. But there was an incident with me and some kind of hornet or wasp or something that had been building a nest in the ground underneath of our clothesline, and I didn't know it because I didn't see any large evidence of buzzing creatures flying near the ground. I was more focused on taking the laundry basket out to collect the things, and all of a sudden something stabbed my leg through my pants, and I was like, oh my god, what is happening? And like, I took off running, and then stuff was like buzzing in my face, and then I got another stabbing sensation in another part of my leg. I almost fucking fell running up the driveway because I'm like, what the fuck is attacking me? And come to find out, I had stepped like right on top of this wasp nest that they were building in the ground underneath of the clothesline. And when Russell got home, like my roommate at the time, our house sitter friend was living with us for a while, and he's like, oh, that looks like a wasp sting. And I'm like, oh great. He goes, you're not allergic, are you? I'm like, no, but it hurts like a bitch, because it was like right behind my knee. And I couldn't even properly see it. So by the time Russell got home, I'm like, yeah, you need to go and get the stuff off the clothesline, but you need to be really careful. I need that guinea pig fleece, but I also got attacked by a couple of wasps out there. So I don't know what the fuck happened. And it was still light out when he got home, so he's like, oh yeah, they're building a nest. You can see them now coming and going. I was like, well, I didn't see them when I was there. So whatever I did really pissed them off, and he ended up going and getting a can of wasp spray that had a long range on the nozzle, and I think he ended up unloading the entire can just about over the nest, or like down into the nest as best as he could. He waited like a half an hour and then put the rest of the can in there, because there was a lot. at that point, and they were pissed. And, like, he didn't even want to go near it, and he doesn't normally have an issue with bugs. I do. So that was not a happy day for me. I was already upset about being stung and not realizing that that was what was happening. And, so I'm like, yeah, I'm done using that clothesline now. That's dead to me. So he's like, really? Like, a couple of weeks later, he goes, they're dead. And he goes, the nest is dead. I haven't seen any evidence of them coming or going. I'm like, that's great, but that's still dead to me now. So I'll just use the dryer, thanks. I'm good. I'm good. But yeah, I guess since she wasn't outside hanging stuff up, they noticed that she hadn't been hanging about. But I mean, everybody just kind of keeps to themselves, or at least the one neighbor. Like, the one neighbor's grandkids, I guess we'll say, cut through our backyard on their way home from school, and their friends started doing it with them, and I'm like, could we not? But I guess it's safer for them to do that than to walk on the edge of the busy road, because there's no sidewalk on our side of the street. So as much as it irritates me, like, it's not like we have a fence back there to stop them. I would like to have a fence put in, but that would be more problematic for us because our driveway is in, like, a U shape, but it goes around the house. So having a fence put in would mean we'd have to get out of the car and then open the gates, and then that would be 2 sets of gates that we'd have to deal with, and at, like, that point it's just not. It's more inconvenient for us. So we just kind of have to roll with it. Alright. So we're getting there. Probably, what, about 2/3 of the way done this side, at least for getting the colors put in here. So it's not going too bad. I kind of want to try to draw Russell's character. I suck at drawing though. But maybe I can try to do something. Maybe I can get it close to what he's really looking for and he can clean it up. But we'll see. Ugh. My shoulders are so sore. I'll tell you. Okay. So let's get this guy stuck on into here. I think it's fascinating that my personal Twitter, like standard Twitter, on my PC, doesn't always tell me when I have a message, but TweetDeck, I've been seeing, hey, you have a message, and I'm like, huh? I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, you couldn't have told me this on the other. That's so fascinating. I don't know why that is. Kind of sounds like the rain's letting up a little bit. Doesn't sound quite as heavy as it had been. Oh, you are there. I didn't see you. Thought I heard you.
Yeah, I just got back.
Well, it's down to 61. Oh, severe storms are possible into tomorrow. Oh, really? We're gonna have this overnight now? Fuck.
Shucks to you.
Yeah, because if I know they're talking about possible severe weather, I'll be staying up and keeping an eye on it, so nothing surprises me while I'm sleeping, or trying to sleep. Damn it. I mean, we are in, it's not that unusual, we are in our second severe season. But with it being 61 at this point, I'm kind of surprised. The temperatures didn't look like they were going to be that crazy after the system moves through. Fuck's sake. And it's even worse when it's severe weather in the middle of the night. Because it always feels like the weather people are just a little bit slower to get the message out, even though they've got people there 24 hours monitoring it. But the one TV station that does a lot of Facebook Lives during severe weather and stuff, there's one, like their main weather guy, he's pretty quick with getting on the Facebook Live whenever there's like severe alerts and stuff. When it's a tornado warning, they go live on all of their platforms. Like they're on the air, on their own weather app, and on the Facebook Live. Then they've got another dude there right now. He's a little bit slower, but not by much, and he's still pretty good about letting people know what's going on. The other two that are there, though, the one I don't think I've ever seen do a Facebook Live. And in fact, when I was looking at their website the other day, they had a photo of all their current weather people. And like one of them I didn't even recognize. I'm like, who the fuck is this? Where did they come from? It almost feels like they're a training weather news outlet. Because the one guy seems to be like their head lead meteorologist or whatever. And it seems like everybody else is constantly rotating out. There was one guy that was there maybe a year ago that I really liked. Like, I don't know if these people are just getting better offers and then they're leaving to go to that, or if they're just strictly only here for a certain amount of time just to, like, fresh out of weather school, or if they're just trying to, you know, see who will take them to get some experience. Like, I don't know. The one guy seemed like he'd been around for a while, though, and I think he got a different job offer to go somewhere else. It certainly seems like they have to move around a lot, because a couple of them would say, man, well, it's not snow, and I would have snow like this back here when I was working there. So I'm like, that's gotta suck, having to constantly be shuffled around. But I liked the one guy. And then he left. There was an older lady that just seemed like she would rather just do the Facebook posts than actually do a Facebook Live. And I'm like, there's a severe thunderstorm warning. It's tagged tornado possible, and you're not even doing a Facebook Live to let people know what's going on. You're just doing a post. Like, the other guy would have been on the air in some way, shape, or form in like 2 seconds flat. I don't know if the technology was just overwhelming for her or what, but then she vanished. I think she retired. I never saw anything about where she went to. She was just gone. But she looked like she was about retirement age anyhow. I mean, she was okay when she was with somebody else that would help run the live, but I just think she just was either intimidated by it or just didn't want to be bothered with it. Alright, at least it's not supposed to rain all day tomorrow. It's supposed to start clearing out by about mid-afternoon. We'll see if that actually happens. Because we're supposed to get a break in the rain tonight for a little bit. At some point. And then it looks like, from what they're forecasting at the moment, that it's gonna kick back up again. But at least we're getting some very much needed rain. I think they said that we could potentially pick up 3 inches of rain with this system coming through. Which, hell yes, bring it on. We definitely need it. Alright, so just looks so much more finished and polished with the icing in between all of the joints and stuff. Alright, I just want to get a little bit more on this shape. Now, I haven't forgotten about our Bob Ross series. We are still doing that. It's just I wanted to get our Christmas stuff done first. Oh god, that's something else I need to do. I need to sit down and try to work out what color yarn we're going to use on the next one. Because the next one's not exactly monochromatic. But it's close. He's relying on very few colors, and he's relying on adding a lot of white to it and a lot of liquid black to adjust the shades up and down, and I'm like, that's gonna be a bit difficult. So our colors will probably not be the same as what he's doing, but we might try to just go for composition on that one. I need to sit down with my colored pencils and try to get some colored pencils pulled out that are close to the shades of yarn that we have, and see what I can try to magic together. See if we can get something happening. But I think that's going to be quite the task. And then the next one after that one is another one with an extremely limited color palette. That's almost the same sort of deal, except the one was like a nighttime painting, and then the one after it is like, I I don't fucking know. It screams to me of like 70s or 60s. I mean, well, I guess 70s or early 80s, where it's like all this one, like pink tones and browns. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just there was so many pink tones in there, and I don't really have that much pink, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull this one off. I'll have to see what I can do. If I can get a concept sketch that looks like I can make something happen with it, then we'll do that one. If the concept sketch if I'm just at a full out fucking loss, we might end up skipping that one. Because I originally was thinking there was 2 we were gonna have to skip, and one of these next 2 tutorials I think was one of them. I forgot to write down which one I was thinking of skipping. I know that there were 2, and the main one that I was like, oh yeah, no, this ain't gonna work, was the cowboy one, because it was almost entirely the same color. Depending on when we get to that one and what shades of yarn I have, I might reconsider trying that one, but I think that's another one that's gonna need a concept sketch done on it, just to attempt to wrap my head around what the hell's going on there. So sometimes you need to do that. Sometimes you gotta work it out first before in a preliminary test piece before you actually do the thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I would rather sit down and waste some colored pencils. I guess it's not really a waste, but use up some colored pencils that are cheap. Like, I just have like the cheap Crayola colored pencils for doing that kind of stuff, where I'm just dicking around trying to figure out how to approach something than to just jump in. Sometimes I will just jump in, but for stuff that I'm just really just completely at a loss on, I'm just like, yeah, this is gonna be a hot disaster, so let's just try to make it less of a disaster. So maybe where I won't hate it, and then I'll have something that I can shoot for. Because it's not easy trying to follow one of his tutorials in this medium. I will say that. It is a bit of a challenge. Because you're not going to have the degree of shading that he does and stuff. So I almost kind of have to look at it, blah, 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 blah. I almost have to look at it and see what he's come up with and see what shade it actually, like the paint's actually looking like after it's mixed in with the liquid white or the liquid black, or, you know, whatever he's doing. And then, like, use that color, because, I mean, I can't really... This isn't paint. It's not gonna shade up or down with white like that. So, I mean, I could try to brush some white and black into some bits and pieces, but I think when we'd come back in with the needle and start stabbing it, I think it would just sort of take on a weird variegatedness for what we're doing and how we're doing it. Maybe one day I'll be brave enough if I have extra supplies and try that. But I think it's just easier to look for the shade for what it's supposed to be after it's all been mixed together. Because it's not paint, it's not gonna mix the same. It's just not. Alrighty. Getting this guy. Filled out here. Now I'm not feeding you tonight, right?
Nope.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure because I just happened to glance at the time. Alright. I can go a little bit longer for me. Oh, you didn't do any green on this row. Okay. Well, let's fix that right now. Seem to be a lot more green heavy on this end. Whoops. Just worked out that way. I'll try to throw some more green over in here on this next row. Alright. And I'm just twisting it a little bit just to get it into a little bit more of an easier to manage shape, really. So you can see, well, I don't know if you can see, this is kind of buckling up a little bit because I didn't attach that part. Like this cookie color, cookies on the brain. I did a real quick tack job on it because I was like, yeah, we're gonna be going over top of this. So that video is now up on the YouTube channel. I have not posted yesterday's VOD yet. We will, and then for those that missed the wax melt incident, that's forever been emboldened, or not emboldened, documented, I guess. My brain is mush from last night. Thank goodness for Grammarly and this other free punctuation site that I use at times, because I was sitting there trying to make words fall into a sentence that made sense, and my flipping issue with words, like my dyslexia is more like I'll have issues with certain letters where I'm like looking at the word and I'm like, no, this is where it goes, and then I'll have a spell check be like, no, and I'm like, yeah, and then it's like, no, and I'm like, but that's what I put, and then I'm like, oh no, that's not what I put. So I'll have that issue, and then my big problem is word placement, though. I'll be writing and I'll flip where the word should be, or I'll double, like, what are they called? Like to the, you know, sometimes I'll double those, or, you know, I say the word in my head and it doesn't get on the page, or I'm like, my sentence is so jumbled, like I know what I want to come out, but it comes out half backwards. So sometimes it takes me a little bit, especially when I'm tired. It takes me a little bit longer, so at least with those things, those tools, it helps me catch my brain messing up a little bit easier at times, but I'm certainly glad I had that last night. Because I don't see the mistake a lot of the time. I'm getting better at recognizing where I need commas, though. But it's funny because I have Grammarly installed, and some programs it works with and some it doesn't. It does seem to work with WordPress, but Grammarly doesn't understand gamer speak sometimes. So it's like trying to change certain words into plurals, or, you know, change somebody's name in completely different. But like Grammarly will be like, "You're good," and I'm like, okay, so I'll copy it. I'll copy my paragraph or whatever, and I'll throw it in this other free punctuation website checker. And then they're like, "Oh, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong." Like, you need a comma here, you need a hyphen here, and I'm like, what? I'm like, but... And I have the free version of Grammarly, by the way. I'm not paying for that shit. But I'm just like, somebody's not right. So, who's wrong here? And then if I feel like they're both at odds, like if sometimes I'll take the correction from the website checker and I'll put it into Grammarly, and Grammarly runs, and they're like, no, we're not having that, that's wrong. And I'm like, but the other people said that was right. So then I'm like sitting there for 20 minutes trying to look up and Google what it's supposed to be, and it'll be one of those things where it's like optional depending on where you live, and I'm like, why do we have to complicate this? So sometimes I'm like, fuck it, and just leave it out. Grammarly loves sticking hyphens on everything. And I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen this word phrase with a hyphen in it before, and Grammarly's like, nope, you need a hyphen. I'm like, I really don't think I do. No, it has to have a hyphen. You need to hyphen that. And this, and this, and this, and this. I think everything it doesn't understand or doesn't recognize because it's gamer speak, or gamer terminology, that it's like, nope, hyphen it. We don't know what it is, so it needs a hyphen. And I'm like, no, it really doesn't. I feel so bad for one of our mods. Every time I have to do an article with his name in it, Grammarly keeps trying to change it. And I'm like, no, that's not what I meant at all. They're like, you misspelled this word. It should be this. And I'm like, no, it really shouldn't. But I don't want to add his name to the Grammarly dictionary in case I do ever type that word in and fuck it up. So, although, you know, I'm just like, I could kind of see where they think that this is misspelled, but it's really not. So I can't really add that person's name to the Grammarly dictionary. Although I will say it is getting better. I can see it learning some of the WoW words, some of the World of Warcraft words, because it doesn't care about the spelling of, like, it's not telling me that Azeroth is misspelled. Like, it's actually catching now when it should be capitalized, even if when it's in the middle of a sentence, because like, oh, this is a place, this needs to be capitalized, and I'm like, oh, good catch, Grammarly. And so I do think that's funny, watching it learn as we go. But it's also really, really funny because I get emails from Grammarly like at the end of the week or something, and they're like, this was how your writing stats were this week. you used like 97% more unique words than most of our users. And I'm like, most of your users aren't writing articles about World of Warcraft, so go the hell away. Just like, you're lying. Like, you're drunk, Grammarly. Just stop. Just stop. It's like, if people were using half the words I was on a daily basis, I'd be a little more concerned. Just kind of, sort of, you know. Oh no! No, Dave, no! Sorry, Dave's, character got to 50 and got into Shadowlands, and it looks like something happened. And, he didn't make it. He hit 51. It doesn't look like he made it to 52. Oh, that was such a good run that time. I really thought that was going to be the run. Dang. I think that was his Green Man challenge that he was running, even though he was tagging it, Iron Man. Alright, so let's see. We need some more green on up in here. That's for certain. Alright, so let's see. Maybe we'll take you to here. Okay, so don't forget to go and give the YouTube channel a sub, and don't forget to like the videos when you watch them. It actually does help. It's not a bunch of bullshit that you see people say all the time in their videos. I might have to start putting a little reminder in somewhere about don't forget to like and subscribe, but it actually does help the stupid robots see that people are watching your shit and start picking it up in the algorithms and all that. And it's free to sub over there. Not like how subbing has a fee over here, so their version of subscribe on YouTube is like Twitch's version of follow. And hopefully, and the YouTube channel is the same name as it is here. I try to keep everything the same to make it easier. It might come up Meet My Totem somewhere. Like, I think the credits on the, pretty sure the credits on the machinimas say Meet My Totem. That's still me. Hey, Mrs. Rockuru. That was the old channel name, like the old channel name. I just didn't feel like starting a new channel. So, I still made those with the help of the husband. He helped a little bit with some of the special effects, but when I was having trouble with keyframes and stuff, but I did do most of it. And, I just didn't see any point in starting another new channel, so it is me. That channel is not monetized, so I don't meet the requirements to even apply for their monetization program. Because it's kind of like Twitch, where you have to check certain boxes or meet certain requirements before you can even attempt to apply. The bar used to be a lot lower. So you might come across channels, you're like, how did this channel ever get monetized? But before YouTube really became a big thing, there are some people that were grandfathered in when the requirement bar was much, much lower. So how are you, Mrs. Rock Guru? I think the current requirement right now is 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours over the course of a month. And we're nowhere near that. Nowhere near that. I think the current subs on the YouTube channel are at 100 and... Sorry, I saw what looked like an eyelash in this. I was trying to pull it out. I think the current subs on the YouTube channel are sitting at 146. Stuffed with flu. Oh no. That's not good. I hope you feel better. Soon. Sooner rather than later. That's no fun. That's no fun at all. But yeah, at least the UI article's done. I found a pretty decent photo to put on the to use for the header image, so that worked out. I probably should have like grabbed a photo or a screenshot of Elegon to stick on there, but I think the shading on the background on the image was just a little bit different shade of blue, so it would have looked funny. But yeah, Unsplashed is a great source. If you need reference photos or stupid loud traffic, or just some kind of photo to use for what you're doing, they do have a thing where you can, like, it's a two-part website. Like, part of it is like iStock, where you have to pay for the photos, and I don't know if there's limited use with that, but they do have quite a good range of royalty-free photos, and they have a thing where you can shout out and give credit. They have like a little link that pops up on a clipboard thingy that you can copy the links to where they need to go to credit the original supplier, photo taker, whatever you want to call them, photographer. So I mean, that's been helpful at times when we don't really have a header image that's gonna work, or I can't really come up with a screenshot that's gonna do what I necessarily want it to do. So that was a tough one to find a screenshot for. I was like, like, it should be techie. Like, techie, spacey, matrixy. And I had it narrowed down to 3, and the husband's like, that one. And I was like, okay. I was leaning towards a red and blue one for like Horde and Alliance, but it was a little busy. and looked more galaxy. But we got that going. Oh, I do not know why my shoulders are so sore today. I didn't fucking do anything. I literally did nothing. I tried to sleep. That's what I did. It's gotta be the weather. This is a ridiculous amount of soreness. Hands down. So we're getting there on this panel. I'm probably gonna try to do the chimney off stream. At least put it together. Because of time. I don't know if we're actually gonna use it, but we'll see how that goes. Because that's something that I think I'm gonna have to bully into place with hot glue. So that might be a situation of make it stick. Just make it do the thing. But we'll have to see. Like, sometimes my brain interprets angles backwards. I think it might work, but I don't know. And if it doesn't work, once I start to get it together, I might have to be like, husband, what did I do? And see if Mr. Nisey can fix it. Or at least explain to me what I need to do to fix it. Okay. So we haven't done our icing yet on this side. That's fine. Do need some more purple. Because we have blown through what I pulled out. But, yeah, I think we're gonna just attach the one side of the roof to the house. And then, you know, see if we can still at least stick our hand inside to get our secret candy stash that nobody but us and the internet knows about. Could you imagine, like saying, oh yeah, I keep my secret candy stash in here, and then, you know, people going over to other people's houses and seeing, like, ceramic displays or what have you, and trying to lift the lid off of, like, every house, and then, you know, breaking them. People are like, what are you doing? It's like, well, I thought people kept candy in here. Like, no, stop it. No, we'll see if I can make it work without destroying the roof, but I still have to, I mean, it does mean you're gonna see the support structure inside of the house, but then again, if you're to the point where you're hiding candy from other people, I don't think you really care. But yeah, I have to get some more of the kitchen skewers. I don't know where they are at. The husband, I think, knows where they're at. Right? You said we had more. You've seen them?
Are you for arts purposes?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I think there's more in the kitchen that I can steal that we're not using if it comes to it, but unless those are the ones you're talking about, which they could be.
No.
Okay. Oh, it sounds like the rain picked up again, or traffic did. Something did. just a little bit more. I feel bad that I haven't had much time to be in beta, but beta was starting to make me feel sick, so I was giving me a migraine. It wasn't so much motion sickness, it was just giving me a migraine with the dragon riding, so I'm not going to be able to look at the alt stuff. But I think we pretty much, like, we don't know everything for how it's going to be handled. And I really hope that some of the stuff I encountered was just beta over the topness as far as mob health and the damage that they were taking. Like, they might have buffed them up to be a little bit more beefy with the amount of people in beta, but that doesn't make sense to me, but I don't know. So you got the Headless Horseman mount after 52 attempts. Nice! 52 attempts this Halloween season, or 52 attempts ever? Or with that particular character? I still haven't gotten that damn love rocket. I was so mad about it, I didn't even try last Valentine's. Because I only had, like, one character that was above... No, I had, like, 2 characters that were above 50, and I was like, fuck this. It's never gonna drop. At least not for me. This season... Oh, still nice. Very nice. Did you tell Chris? Are you going to tell Chris? Am I gonna hear Chris scream from here? In frustration? I might. She doesn't live that far away. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what color this was. You posted on Periton's Discord. I'm gonna feel a disturbance later. I'll be just settling in for bed tonight and I'll hear the nah! It'll be a squeal of congratulations, but it'll also be damn it. That fight was annoying though. Like, just because of the sounds. Like, you can only stand to hear that laugh so many times before it's just like, make it stop. Oh yeah, don't forget to log on your challengers if you're worried about the patch coming in tomorrow. What's that? Sorry, something rattled on my desk that I didn't think I had stabbed this with enough force to make rattle, so that was bizarre. 'Cause I heard it vibrate. Like it had just been sat down. The desk is haunted. A lot of people, when big patches come in, like to log in and take off their challenger's gear, just in case something was undocumented as being a quality change that we didn't know about. We've had that happen before with when they made the holiday gear. When they changed the holiday gear from white to green, we had no idea that that change was coming in. It just kind of happened suddenly, and a bunch of people got flagged for it, so now some people get a little bit paranoid. I don't care at this point. I have green gear on. I don't think anything's gonna get changed for me. And I've got too many at this point. I'm just like, nah, if it happens, it happens. But I know some people are more invested in their challengers, so Make sure you do that before maintenance for us in NA. That is going to be sometime tonight. I'm not sure when that's going to be for you. Probably like the next night or something. I don't know how the time differentials overlap there. If they do. I'm not good with time zones. I barely can hold my own time zone. But, yeah, just something to think about before maintenance goes down. And don't be surprised if maintenance is extended when it goes down, because this is a big patch. It's a lot. Don't be surprised if there are sudden server crashes. I wouldn't take your challenger out for the rest. Well, at least not on patch day. Or at least give it a day. At the least, minimum, before taking a challenger out. But that's me. I mean, you're gonna do what you're gonna do with your challengers. Just, I recommend not taking them out when servers come back from patch, because there could be server crashes. There could be all of the things. We haven't froze the ability to add characters yet on the website. We don't know how the new talent tree, new UI thing is going to affect everybody yet. If somebody encounters an issue that looks like it's the tracker being stupid, or there's a conflict between the tracker's coding and what the game is kicking back, please be nice about it, because we're walking into this a little blind. We don't really have an idea of how this is gonna affect the trackers yet. So if you have an issue, just kindly message us in Discord or on Twitter or Facebook. You can try to email Lita or the podcast, but that's going to have a little bit of a slower response because she'll probably be either asleep or at work. Yeah, like Tin Man's fine since Tin Man can die, but I wouldn't take an invested challenger that can't die out until the dust settles a little bit. But you know, if you do have an issue, I'm not saying you are or you will, but if you do, kindly and respectfully just give us a message. Let us know your character's name, your server, your region, and then please give us as detailed as possible of what the issue is. You know, I was flagged because it's saying this isn't checked, but it is checked. You know, that sort of thing. Like, tell us what's going on, and we definitely need your character name and realm, and and what region you're in, whether it's EU, NA, just to make it a lot easier and faster for Zaya and Rudd and Nap to figure out what's going on, so that they're not constantly playing message tag with you back and forth across time zones, trying to get the important information they need from you. Just don't message us and be like, hey, there's something wrong, it's broken, let's fix it. We need some information before we can even attempt to do that. So, you know, more information is better. If there's a problem, we don't think there's going to be, but just in case there is. Oh no, you're fine. Like, I don't mean directly to you, but I've had some messages over the tenure of my time at on the WoW Challenges team, caretaking their social media, where I'm like, okay. Like, I'll get a message saying, hey, my character is not there. I can't find my character. It's not letting my character be added to the website. Okay. Kinda need your character name. I kinda need your realm. And I kinda need to know what region you're in. And I kinda need to know exactly, if you're getting an error message coming back from the website, what that's saying. Or you know, like, what are you trying to do? So that we can delve deeper into that character's API information, or try to figure out what might be the problem. Just telling us, hey, well, let me add my character, or hey, I'm flagged for X. Okay. I can't look any deeper, or even start to look any deeper, unless we have the more information. Like, and then I'm spend 3 days playing a message tag with somebody to get the information from them because of time zones and whatnot. So it's frustrating because it slows down the help. But you know, and just this is what we need. If you encounter a problem, in order to get the problem resolved more quickly. Oh wow, yeah, we have a distinct lack of orange happening over here, don't we? Oops. Oops, the doodles. That's alright. So, I mean, just, you know, this is Zaya's first transition and first new expansion coming in, that he's going to be attempting to work on the trackers for us. So we thank him and Rudd and Nap, but he does need information to help you. Because, I mean, there's more than one character on that website. So it's just like, oh, and the challenge that you're having an issue with also helps. I mean, we could probably figure it out, but like I said, the more information you can give us, the better. Alright. So just a quick reminder there. I don't think we really went over that too closely. I'll probably stick a little soapbox tidbit about that this weekend when we're going over beta part 2 for what we've encountered. But we'll see. We'll see how the next couple of days go. If all is quiet, then I'm gonna assume that everything is fine. I am sure people will tell us if there's a problem. We still don't have an ETA on Teams. Don't expect it till after Dragonflight, because Dragonflight's the top priority. Teams is very low on the priority list. Teams is a whole ass a lot. I know, that's like my favorite phrase. It's a lot. There's a lot of moving parts with Teams. I don't know if Teams will be coming back. I don't. It depends on how much sense Zaya can make of it, and if the new API, or the API that we're on now compared to what Teams was on previously, if it's still something that he can make work. Because there's definitely been a ton of changes since then. Oh, does anybody know what the or who owns the character Team Sans? They were a pacifist. They suddenly popped up with kills and killing blows. And they're yellow flagged, so since they're yellow flagged for that, their run's essentially done. That's not a clean run. And a yellow flag on kills and killing blows is not something that you can flip back to green. The only flag that you can flip back to green from yellow is going to be a flag for kills. For not enough kills. But if your challenge isn't supposed to be killing stuff, and you've got a yellow 4 kills, then you can't make that go away. So I was just wondering what happened. They're an EU character. And we don't always... You don't know them? Okay. We don't always... it's harder to get a hold of our friends and challengers on the EU side of things. For some reason. I don't know if it's time zone. I don't know if it's language. I don't know, but we just don't always hear from them. We were just... I was like, I got scared for a minute because I was like, uh-oh, did they change something on Horseman? But Fair double checked and she's like, no, I don't have any dings for doing stuff for Horseman for Halloween. And I'm like, okay. So it's not that. Or at least we don't think it is. I mean, they could have been sitting in a town that had that was on fire, that had the Horseman event, and those could have been proc skills. I don't know. I mean, although the killing blow wouldn't be a proc skill, but I'm more or less thinking it was a quest that they didn't realize was gonna be an issue, or they forgot that character was a pacifist. Because the week before, not this past show, but the week previous, podcast 313, they were on the pacifist list as lost to the Nether. But there's a couple of reasons why your character might come up as lost to the Nether. So we really weren't sure what happened there. I mean, it could have just been due to inactivity, or it could have been that you died and you didn't update before you deleted your character, so the API is like, I can't find the character, so we're just gonna say it's lost. So it could be either. And at this point, if it was a mistake and they don't keep the character and delete it, then it will come up as a character dead or something. But right now, it was listed as yellow flagged for doing things they shouldn't have been doing, or getting dinged for things that they're not allowed to do. Whether that was accidental in the thing getting done, or not knowing that quest was off limits to that particular challenge, I don't know. Yeah, your Iron Man Hunter from the competition, you managed to kill it the day after as you forgot it was not the Tin Man. Yeah. Like, certain characters I would put in certain gear. Since I always run Bloodthirsty, I would try to transmog my Bloodthirsty characters, so I would try to get it in my head that they were out killing stuff and that they had green gear. Accidentally forgetting that I was supposed to be killing and not doing quests wasn't really an issue because I don't really quest that much on my normal characters. I will occasionally, but it's in like fits and bursts. But that was to help keep track of this is not a pacifist, because I had 2 pacifists. And the pacifists I was just leaving in their I might have changed the hunter's gear, but the priest pacifist I left in her starting robe, Because I was like, this will give me pause when I go to log in and be like, why am I wearing this? So then I would remember, oh right, this one's a pacifist. So I would purposely not change out their gear. The working man I had a little bit of difficulty with. She was still in her very base robe. I think she had a cape on from a quest. From like the gnome starting area that I never changed out, but her base gear was still the same. And but because I was picking flowers in an area that I was grinding in, I kept going to try to kill the things that the character in green gear that was a bloodthirsty could kill, that I probably would not have been able to kill on my hunter because I didn't even have my hunter pet out to take aggro temporarily, at least long enough for me to feign death. Although looking at my health and their health, I probably wouldn't have even gotten a feign death off if I had actually engaged in combat with that mob. But you know, it was another thing. I didn't have my pet out on my hunter passive, or my hunter pass. Oh no, the working man was a priest. I'm sorry. It was the hunter pacifist that didn't have the pet out. But no, that working man was a priest. That's right. No, I was just going in the same loop. I've got so many I can't keep them straight now. Yeah. So I was right there, and it just became so ingrained in my brain to come out of that stairwell and just go right to that moth that every time I did it on that damn working man, I'm allowed to kill stuff on the working man. I just wouldn't have survived it because my gear was not where it needed to be. And I was just like, wow, that would have been bad. Whew. Excuse me. It was just... I scared myself a few times on that character. Second, my attention dropped. But, I mean, my gear was never too much of an issue. I was really good about not trying to kill stuff on the pacifist, but I think I was so paranoid that it was ingrained in my head that this is a pacifist. Stay the hell away from everybody. And the times of day that I would play them had to be pretty late at night when the server I was on calmed down, for the most part. I can't tell if I keep hearing faint rumbling or if it's traffic. Like, they were originally talking about thunderstorms embedded in this line of rain, but it hasn't stormed once that I'm aware of. And I'm pretty sure I've got the... No, I don't. Okay. No, I do. I've got the lightning layer turned on our one weather map. There ain't nothing. I mean, they had a tornado warning late last night, or way early this morning down in Texas. Near Wichita Falls. I could be wrong about that, but it was like just south of the Oklahoma border that I had been keeping an eye on, but I mean, that was still quite some ways from us. It looks like we will end up with a break in the rain for just a little bit, unless this keeps filling in. I'm okay with the rain itself, because we need it so bad. It's gonna make it a little bit difficult for me, although it's supposed to stop raining tomorrow afternoon. I guess I can get our recycling out then and deal with it. Can't really deal with it today in the rain. I mean, I could, but it's supposed to be stormy and shit. I don't really want to. So you swapped a composition tune to Tin Man and you were on the live iron, but yeah, iron and working are going to be tough in Dragonflight. Yeah, I think it's gonna be like another, my personal opinion, based off of what I was experiencing while attempting to do the campaign quests in green gear to try to speed the process up because time was limited. Felt like I personally don't believe that the irons or the working men are going to be able to do the campaign quests. I don't see it happening. It could have just been how beta was tuned. And we've seen this where we've been like really nervous about a specific quests being just way too dangerous in beta, and then by the time live rolled around, they had rebalanced it. But from what I've seen right now, I have deep concerns about irons attempting the campaign quests, or the majority of them. There's a couple that might be okay. And I was seeing a good number of non-campaign quests out and about. So I don't think it's hopeless. I think you're going to have to be very careful. I think you're going to really want to take a regular character through to get stuff unlocked and set up for your challengers. And I think you're going to have to be really picky about what you're gonna do. Dragon... See, while you can... Professions are gonna be tough for the pacifists and for working man as well. Not so much the... Not so much the production ones, because most challengers will just take the gathering ones to get the extra XP boost from both of the gathering, or from multiple. Well, yeah, I guess the two main gathering professions. Yeah, pacifists can't do skinning, so I don't even count that. But like for herbalism and mining, they're gonna carry their own risks this expansion. Now, it's not like when you go to mine or flower pick, I haven't had hostiles show up yet. But at the same time, as you level your picking or mining skill, certain nodes have special effects on them, where some pop you up into the air and drop you back down. Other ones have portals that open that you can do something with. I haven't gotten my gathering skills up high enough to check that yet, personally. From what I was reading originally, that may have changed. But like one of them has a frost ring that shows up that can aggro other mobs nearby. I had that happen. So I'm like, oh, okay. And dragon riding doesn't let you AFK hover. You're either on the ground or you're in the air. Like, that's how dragon riding works. So, that might be... Although, I mean, there are probably hostiles flying in the air. I don't know if you really want to be AFK hovering in the air out there anyway. But, that might be dangerous as well. But, while we don't have the same exact challenges as challengers, or difficulties as challengers, that we faced in Shadowlands. I think it's going to be its own set of... What is this? Or how are we going to work around this? I think it's still going to be doable. But I think it's going to take some carnage to figure out your footing out there. And I'd seen quite a few people saying it's going to be kind of like Shadowlands 2.0, where, you know, once you get your alt through, you're going to be able to pick what zone that you want to start in and stuff. I didn't get to 70, so and I'm not gonna, because I just hit 63 and it took me a couple of days to get to that point. So I don't know first-handedly what's going to happen for your alts, but I think it's still going to be doable. Just might have to go the long way instead of the fast, direct way. You might have to take that side path that meanders through the forest instead of going straight down to town on the interstate, if that makes sense. I think pacifists might have to utilize archaeology a bit more in the vanilla zones this time around to help get through that that 60 to 70. Because archaeology still is in the game, even though they didn't update it for Dragonflight, and it was still giving me decent experience on the dig site, so maybe wait to touch archaeology till 60. And then like work on it 60 to 70 just to help. I could get a pacifist out there. I was running around on foot. It was a little scary because I did pick up aggro running from the boat dock up to the first quest hub point. Like, not the people at the campfire when you first get off the dock, but like the actual first quest hub point where all the trainers and stuff are. I managed to drop aggro and I didn't see any kill credit, or any proc skills or anything, but it's gonna be a hold your breath and hope that you can get through there without anything going wrong, or, you know, maybe I think dragon riding might unlock for everybody once you do it once. It might be like an account wide thing. Don't quote me on that, because it's a quest series that you have to do to unlock it. Like, you have to quest through the campaign to get to it. It's not something that just starts off right off the bat. At least for your first time through. Alts might de facto get it, I think. But Bloodthirsty I think will be fine. Just, you know, you're gonna have to figure out where you can kill safely. There's a lot of elites around randomly. And some of the mobs were packing quite a punch, and some of their hit points were a little high, I felt, for their level compared to where I was at. That was a little intimidating. That could have been a beta thing, though. So, I mean, we're just gonna have to wait and see how this plays out, but I still think it's gonna be doable. Talents aren't gonna be allowed. So that's the end of that conversation. Talents are not going to be allowed. If you're upset about that, you'll have to talk to Lita, but that's already pretty much been the consensus the whole time, is that it's not going to be... Specs are still allowed, no talents. I don't know how profession talents and specializations are going to be handled, I don't know yet. I think they need to see what it looks like, if that's even trackable yet. I don't think they've been able to find that out yet. That might not be something that they know until X-Pack launches, and Zaya's had a chance to look into it further. I would not bank on profession equipment being allowed. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a no, because it's an extra. And the only ones that would really be affected by that anyway would be the pacifists and the working man. So I'm pretty sure that's going to be a no. No, Bob. That ain't happening situation. Alright, let's see. I guess we'll stick you up in here. But, you know, it'll be a little bit harder, I think, this expansion, compared to what it's been before. But if anybody has played the challenges before Legion, it's gonna be reminiscent and gonna have echoes of feelings of pre-spec. Because before we kind of had to allow specs, and we were kind of forced to allow specs with how Legion came in, because in Legion they forced a spec on you when you hit 10, it automatically put you in one. So before Legion, you only had a handful of spells or abilities, depending on the class you were running. I think as priest I had like 4 things. I think I had a flash heal, a power word, no, I always call it power word, shadow word pain, which was a dot, smite, and I think mind blast, and I might have had a bubble, so maybe 5. But that was it. It was harder then. You had limited toolkits, so from what I was seeing, you have a few more abilities than that. I had a shit ton of abilities. I had more than I was expecting with just a spec being selected. It got it got a little frustrating though, trying to test in the past 2 weeks, because they were giving every new character created in the last 2 weeks filled out talent trees in beta, I guess, to try to force us to test how talents were going. Like, they were pre-selected. They were already filled out. We could change them, but we couldn't blank the tree and make it stay blank on the template characters. Like, if you made a brand new character, it didn't have a talent tree on it, because talent trees didn't unlock until 15, but didn't really have time to make a level 1 and level it up through everything to get to 60 to start to look at the beta. So one of my earlier characters I created on beta that didn't have the talent trees filled in, I've just been kind of trying to get a feel for a little bit of everything on them, because I didn't want the talents skewing what information I was getting from doing stuff. So it made it a bit difficult at times. because I didn't have that many characters on there, and the one character kind of has to take a roundabout route to get back and forth from the Dragonflight zones to Stormwind and stuff, so I didn't want to take them back out after take them back to Stormwind to look at stuff if I could help it. What was going on there, but I do have a list of stuff I still need to look at for the sweet show. And I want to try to get a quick clip of dragon riding that we can upload and use in the show. I'm not sure whose channel I have to put that on. Ugh. I mean, I might be able to upload it to the WoW Challenges YouTube. I gotta talk to Lita before I do it, but I want to make sure she's okay with that. But we'll see. We'll see, because I know she has vertigo issues, so I don't know if playing a quick clip of that's going to be problematic. But, I mean, you don't have to use... Well... There's some stuff you can get by doing on the ground without the dragon riding. However, there are some things up high and some quests and quest hubs that involve you using it, which is where I've hit my wall. And I don't think I can keep going with it at the moment. And I'm pretty sure I figured out what it is about it. It's not giving me vertigo. I'm fine with that on it. But there's a spell effect that's happening around the damn dragon. That's my downfall at the moment with it. And you can't help but not like you can't not see it. Like, you're gonna see it. 'Cause you have to look at the screen to see where you're going. It's not like this is auto flight where you can just turn your head and be like, okay, I've landed. But it's the same damn... Yeah, it's the rushing wind. It's fucking with me something terrible. And I know a lot of people are like, oh yeah, this is amazing. I'm like, how are you not getting a migraine? Like, I'm not epileptic. And it's not like giving me a seizure fit or something. But though it's kind of like the wind effect from the auto flight in Shadowlands when you're going through the gates and you've got the wind kind of swirling at you, and then you've got this big light going around you. Now you don't have the big light slowly going around you in Dragonflight, but you've got two different wind effects happening when you're on the dragon that almost feel like they're competing with each other. And I've got a real bad stigmatism, and like my glasses are polarized, so quick movements sometimes fuck with me, and I'm just like and something about it, it's triggering my migraines. And like you'll have like a wind effect rushing past the dragon's wings. The thing that's really fucking with me though is right on the dragon's nose, directly in front of it, in the middle of your screen where you're looking to direct where you're going. There's another secondary wind effect that's spiraling that kind of reminds you of like a pinwheel that, you know, that you blow in the wind, you know, like the little kids sparkly ones, you go, you know, and it spins. Or like a hurricane radar thingy. where it spins, and it spins not super fast, but it spins enough where both effects almost feel like they're warring with my brain, and I can't. It's too much sensory input, I guess, too much visual input, because then you also have the game background and landscape and what's going on there, and you know, mobs walking, everything, and it's too much. It's too much. I actually put in a feedback report saying, hey, I know some people are really enjoying this, but for those of us that have, like, visual effect issues, it's not a motion sickness thing, it's the visual effect on this. Like, can this be something that we can disable? Like, can we disable this rushing wind thing? Because right now, as it stands, I can't do the dragon riding. I tried it 2 different days, and both days, bam, within 10-15 minutes I had a migraine. And I'm like, oh, no, this... If I have to be on the dragon riding mounts, it's unplayable for me. So I'm just like, yeah, no, this ain't it. Like, this is not pleasant. This is not fun for me. And I know I'm probably in the minority, but with as much as they've been about inclusion and accessibility lately, and all of the things, and I do appreciate the fact that, you know, the motion sickness thing has been in there. That's been in there for, I think, an expansion or 2. But I think there should be a way for us that have, like, the visual sensory issues to be able to turn that off. It's not like it's a color blindness issue. It's just, it's too much. It's too... I will try to take a video so that some people might see it and other people might not. And it might not be an issue for you. And if it's not an issue for you, I am happy that you can enjoy the dragon riding. Trust me. I wish I could enjoy it, but it's just not working for me. Hazel Nutty is also having problems with Dragonflight. So, what's been their specific issue? Has it just been like a vertigo thing, or I'm not that familiar with Hazel Nutty, so I'm not quite sure who they are. I might know who they are, but not by that name. But like, I want to like it, and I'm glad that some people are. So getting the headaches, yeah, like, it's just... Because, like, I know everybody's gonna have their own issues, and they're not gonna tailor it for everybody, and I am glad that some people haven't been having issues. She's a streamer? Okay. But, yeah, it's just... all of the rushing wind, it's just, it's not it. I just can't. I can't with that. So, I mean, I might just be sitting... I might spend a good amount of time. I was gifted some WoW time since we had to cut the WoW the WoW sub from our budget for right now. And I'm taking a slight WoW break anyway, so it's fine. But I was gifted some time, so if I still have time available when Dragonflight goes live, I might just be sitting in Waking Shore just fishing, to be perfectly honest, for a while, to see if they do anything about that. Because I really wish it was an effect that we could turn off if it's a problem for us. I just feel like that could be something that could be under the accessibilities tab. There was another fight There was another fight I had an issue with that startled me. That was a visual effect that I wasn't expecting. And there's no kind of precursor warning about it going to happen. And it's in the evoker starting area. And it was very jarring. Like I said, I don't normally have deep issues with visual effects, but the dragon riding bothered me with the rushing wind, and this evoker starting area fight really bothered me for a split second. That one made me feel dizzy. Like, there was just a whole lot going on there. It's in the beginning creche. I think it's... Hang on, let me think about this. It's... Wake the people up. Hang on. I know what quest it is. Let me pull it up. I can tell you exactly what quest it is because I have the quest list. I had to get the quest list for Lita. Because I don't know if evokers are going to be allowed yet or not, but I had to go in. I don't have the quest IDs yet because I didn't think they were up on Wowhead yet. They might be if I search the quest name itself, but... Okay, so it's 5... is it 5 quests in? I believe it's the 5th quest into the evoker starting area, called the Dragon at the Door, is what I think it is. I'm pretty sure that's the name of the quest. It's like the last quest before you get out of the cave that you start out in. It kind of reminds me of the Demon Hunter, of part of the Demon Hunter starting area, honestly, with all the little nooks and crannies and alcoves and stuff. Not exactly the same, but it does remind me of it. But anyhow, there's a section where you're with the NPCs, and you all have to fight one of the blue dragonflight to get out. And the blue dragonflight's magic and arcane. Well, I don't know if you've done this fight, Mrs. Rock Guru. You might know what I'm talking about. About 5 to 10 seconds into the fight, and I guess it might depend on when you come into that fight, all of the sudden, the blue dragon does something, and I don't know what it was called because it was so fast, it took me by surprise, and I didn't even have time to see what the spell was called. It did something where the entire room on the floor had these purple, the arcane purple circles. It's like a magenta-y color. Popped up on the ground, and they spun around the room. And I can't remember if the main circle spun or if each individual circle spun with the main circle. So it was like a circle along a circle. And holy shit. And there was like other stuff going on. I was like, it wasn't a strobe effect, but I was like, oh my god, I feel like this fight needs a fucking visual warning. 'Cause it startled me. I wasn't expecting that, and it startled me in a good way. It didn't give me a vertigo feeling, but it was not pleasant. The visual effect. And again, it's probably just me, but be careful with that quest if you do the evoker starting area. Now, evokers aren't coming in this week. They're coming in with part 2 of the patch, but just be aware. I don't know if I really don't want to do that evoker starting area again. Like, I almost wonder if I should take a quick clip of that. I mean, it's only 5 quests in. If I just leave the gear on, it might not take me too long. So, but it was... I didn't like that. and it bothered me. So it was the most brilliant color that I haven't been raiding in like the past couple of expansions, so maybe it wouldn't be so jarring to other people, but I've never seen a fight spell effect quite like that before. It just, I was like, what the fuck is this? It just, and it came up out of nowhere. So I might have to record that whole fight and hope that I get it in the recording and then cut it down to just show it real quick. That one I might keep on my channel. We'll see. We don't normally do video clips on the show, but, and I know for some people it'll probably be like, oh god, you're showing spoilers. Well, this is something that I think you might want a heads up on personally. But, you know, walking into that, oh, damn it, I almost sniffed that needle again. Walking into that blind, yeah, I didn't like it. And it still startled me the second time, because I had to do that goddamn starting zone like 3 times. The first time was when I was just kind of looking at it, and then I hit sore and started having issues with that, and then the husband ended up doing a full run through. And then I went back to revisit it. To see if anything had changed, to double check the weird auto equip thing that Lita had seen, which I haven't had happen to me. So that seems to have been a bug at the moment. At the moment, it hasn't happened again in beta. And then I was also getting the full quest list for the evokers on the Alliance side and the Horde side, which turned out to be one quest name that was different, which was the second to last quest in the entire chain, and I was like, seriously. But so it was, oh, what color do you want to go here? I almost need to go purple. Yeah, we'll go purple. What the fuck? But yeah, none of the stuff is auto equipped for you. Yeah, I haven't had anything like, she had it happen that once, and I think that was a beta being beta issue, because I never had it happen. And I think she had it happen early in alpha, and I didn't get in at the very beginning of alpha. I think I got in on week 2 or 3. But, and yeah, and I don't even know if evokers are going to be allowed, for any of the challenges. I do know pacifist ain't gonna happen. So, if anyone had any illusions of being an evoker, Drakthir, pacifist, you can kiss those goodbye right now. You have to kill to get out of the starting area. There's no way around it, so that's not gonna happen. Kind of like how you can't be a legit panda pacifist. So unless maybe race change, and that's a whole nother, we're not gonna go there. That's a whole nother thing. But playing normal with nothing weird happening, it's not gonna happen. Just like pacifist can't, a pacifist can be an allied race Death Knight, but they can't be a base race Death Knight. So you were lucky that you won a beta key quite early. So yeah, Worgen not gonna happen. So that's just the way it is. It's just how the game is set up. There's no getting around that. Now, I don't want to be a wet blanket on anybody that wanted to be an evoker Iron Man either, but I could not kill a single mob in that damn crush with no gear on. And while there was a vendor in the beta version, the vendor didn't sell anything. He had nothing to sell. You could sell to him and you could repair to him, but he had nothing you could buy. And there was no gear dropping, but no gray or white gear dropping isn't an issue if you can't kill the thing to get the gear to drop. So... And to be an iron, that shit, like, they start you out in green gear because you're a hero class. So that shit's gotta come off the second you load in. So, I don't... Unless they beef up the evoker damage or tone down the amount of health the mobs in the crush have, I don't think evoker's very viable for Iron Man or Working Man. I think the only ones who are gonna have a snowball's chance in hell at this very moment, as far as the data that I've experienced through beta, would be Green Man and Bloodthirsty. That being said, right now, to start off, I think you can only have one evoker per account. I think, because it's under hero class rules. I mean, they eventually relaxed that for Demon Hunter and... Or maybe not account, maybe it's per server. I don't know. Don't quote me on that, I might be confused. But if you can only have one evoker, do you really want to waste it on a challenger? I think if evoker does get allowed, it's not going to be right away. Because Zaya's going to have to figure out how to code a separate list page for them. I mean, he can kind of use the Demon Hunter and the Death Knight as maybe a base template to try to help him figure it out a little bit easier. But I just, at this point in time, I don't see how it's viable for the non-green gear classes, in my personal opinion. Like, yeah, they have a heal, but it got to the point, and even Russell was struggling, and so it wasn't just me. He couldn't get a single mob killed on the first quest where you had to kill something. I think the very first quest you're just running around talking to people, but the second quest you have to start killing stuff in there. And it just wasn't happening with no gear on. And there's no gear that you can buy to sub out the green gear being missing, and you can't send shit to yourself. And I don't even know if there was a mailbox in there to access anyway. Like, I know there's a mailbox outside, but I'm not so sure if there was a mailbox inside. But you know, I just... Bloodthirsty, you probably could, because you're in the green gear. It's just that all of those quests would have to be allowed. Kind of like a Pandaria or Goblin or Death Knight or Demon Hunter situation. You're gonna have to be real damn careful. Which is why I had to get the quest list in case she does allow it for Bloodthirsty, so that those can be entered into the allowed list, and coded in for that. But, I mean, they both have the green gear. It's just the quests that would be a thing. And the quests would have to be documented and added into the allowed list for them. So that's going to involve getting quest ID numbers from Wowhead once that becomes available. And it's a lot of quests, though. But my thing is that let me pull it up. How many quests was it? It was 32 quests. So it was about the same amount of quests that were involved with getting through the mall. And into getting through the mall, going through Ouroboros, and getting into Bastion. I think that was about the same number. The big thing with these evokers is, though, they're kind of like the demon hunters in the respect that they are extremely AoE heavy. And I mean extremely AoE heavy. And yeah, that's kind of fun when you're on a normal and you can like gear yourself out and you're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna run in and grab all of the things. Now I haven't played with the DPS spec. I took the healing spec because I was so damn squishy. And I wanted to be able to heal myself a little bit better. That class is gonna take some getting used to. With how they heal and stuff. And from what I've seen, again, this was beta, the heals felt a little underpowered to me, but that could have been because I was in green gear and not in like the blues that they were throwing at me for quest rewards. Sorry, I was starting to put this in. I was like, oh, I should have filled that space in first. But and just the amount of AoE that they have is concerning, because it's a pretty good sized AoE. I even died a couple times in green gear towards the end of the zone. There's a section where there's a ton of patrols towards the end of it, right before you're getting ready to bail out, where you've got some kind of like elemental storm going on, and there's some kind of evil Tauren that's trying to gain some kind of power or something. I was still kind of confused about what the fuck was going on there. Like, I was kind of reading the quest and I'm like, who are you? You seem familiar. I feel like you're from Pandaria. I feel like I remember you from there. Or Legion, maybe. I don't know. Like, I feel like I knew this Tauren from a different X-Pack. My memory is shit, so I don't remember where I think I know him from. But unless it's just the voice actor being used for a different character. But it seemed really familiar. I just couldn't place the familiar. I couldn't place where I know it from. I can't say the word right now. I know what I'm trying to say. Familiarity? I can't say the word. My mouth's given up today. My brain's like, nope, we're done. But like, he keeps spouting his mouth off as you're trying to do shit. And there's a section where you have to kill like X number of this and then X number of that, but that is traveling in like groups of 2 to 3, and they're pulling to most of the time they pulled together. And then there's another section in parts where one of the first group and 2 of the second group are patrolling together, and I ended up with way more mobs a couple times than I thought I pulled. And I think I died like 4 times in that section. Yeah, like, you know the word I'm trying to say. That word. The familial word. Like, I know you, and I'm familiar with you, but I can't place you. But it like reminded me of either Timeless Isle or something maybe BFA. I don't know. It was a Tauren NPC that I felt like we had dealt with before, but maybe we didn't. But maybe we did. And my brain just couldn't place them. And I was so busy with what else was going on, and I can't remember anything half the time anyway, so I'm just like, you're running your mouth, and you're annoying me because you're running your mouth while I'm in the middle of trying to do stuff. So if an NPC starts doing that in the middle of me doing something that I'm trying to focus on, because, you know, scatterbrained, but scatterbrained, and the thoughts are leaving the station like it's a New York subway tunnel. Go, 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 go. When they start doing that and it starts to get to an annoying level to me, I start to vaguely remember the annoyance level. I could be wrong, but was it Grim Totem? It was something Grim Totem? I don't know. Like, there's a couple different Grim Totems, though. Like, I don't remember his first name. But I feel like we knew him from somewhere, and I feel like he pissed me off. And just annoyed me. Like, it wasn't a happy thing. And he was being evil in the talking head box or something. Or it felt evil. And I don't know. The whole Drakthir questing flow just confused the shit out of me. Maybe it's because we already know what happens with Neltharion and the other dragons. Maybe that's why I just feel like, what is happening? I don't know. I didn't like the quest flow. I was so confused the whole time I was in there. It might have just been me not remembering other things. I can see that being just a me thing. I don't know. I just, going through there and doing the quests and stuff had me questioning the placement. This is gonna be a very controversial thing, I'm sure, and I'm sure I'm gonna start a whole bunch of shit by saying it. Don't come at me. This is just my personal thoughts and feelings. Of my muffin brain going through there and trying to understand what the hell was happening with not being able to remember shit 5 seconds later. But it had me questioning the placement of the expansion. Like, in the order that it placed in. I was just very confused. And I'm like, huh? Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess it makes sense to a degree because I think they do. Do they reference Ursa being gone? I can't remember, but I didn't get that far into questing around the I'm only like a third of the way into the quest in the Waking Shores, so I can't remember if they referenced Ursa being gone now, but I don't know. It just, I feel like this expansion could have been placed sooner, but that's just me. I mean, maybe it is the right placement for it. I'm not the game dev. I might have missed something lore-wise where this does make sense for this to be here at this time. I don't know. Don't know. Like I said, it could just be me. Like, I could go back through and play it again, and something might finally sink into my brain and click and be like, oh, okay, I get you now. But, I don't know. It just, I was so confused. Maybe it was just the way the quests were flowing, or the way they were worded, or something, but, or just 100% me. That's also entirely possible. I know I have processing issues at sometimes when I'm reading stuff and what have you. But, it's just, I was like, okay. Like, alright. Oh, can somebody answer me this question? Who's the queen of the bronze dragonflight? I've never heard her mentioned before that I physically remember, but I don't do much involving the bronze dragonflight either. Like, I've only really known the dude that lays in the bottom of the Caverns of Time. That is the dude, right? That is Nazdurum. Was that Nazdurum? It's one of the Nazi guys. The Nazi bronze guys. Who's the bronze dragonflight queen? Have we ever met her? Has she ever been referenced before? I didn't look it up. I probably should have. I have my suspicions over who I think it might be. But they are full on suspicions, and I know I'm probably wrong. It just amused me to think of that's who it was. Incognito. But I don't know who the... Wait, you know, let's just fucking look it up. We have a minute. Oh, it's 8 o'clock. Alright. Who is... If I can hit the right keys... Sora Dormy. I've never... Sora Dormy. Have we come across them in game? Sora Dormy. I don't remember this name. At all. I mean, we may have. Or were they only, like, down in Caverns of Time, mulling about? Like, have we ever actually interacted with them? Like, I'm serious, I don't remember. Okay, so it's not who I thought it was. And I was pretty sure who I had thought it was, they had said no. That's not who it is. That's not what they are. But at the same time, I could also see that they were lying to protect the time continuum. Or some shit. But... Sora Dormy, the name is not familiar whatsoever. But then again, I don't remember a lot of the WoW lore. Because I can't remember what day of the week it is half the time, so... She's down in the Caverns of Time? Okay. She's not the big one that's sleeping under that dome, or on that platform though, right? That's Nazdurum, isn't it? Or Dormy, or whatever the fuck his name is. That's the Nazi guy that's sleeping, right? Or is that Sidormi? Or is she just walking around down there? Like, I don't remember dealing with her in, like, a questing situation, or, like, in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. I mean, we may have way back when, and that part of my brain has just fried out to make room for more stuff. It's entirely possible. My brain seems to do that at times. Where it's like, I don't need this information anymore, and I need this information more, so this is gonna come in now. But I don't remember that name at all. Seems she was killed in Siege of Orgrimmar in a vision. Okay, see, we never completed Siege of Orgrimmar. That was when the raiding aspect of our guild fell apart. See, this is what I don't like about some of the lore being tied behind or like some of like the important lore points being intermingled into raid. I was gonna say that's not us, is it? Because I don't really do it. Like, I don't even do looking for raid. Looking for raid is fucking stressful. and toxic most of the time. All the ones I got into were toxic and people screaming at each other, "You're doing it wrong, blah, 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 blah." I'm like, just tell me what the fuck I need to do so I can try to do it. Huh. Interesting. I was gonna say, I don't really remember us interacting with that character. Fascinating. Well, I think it's fascinating. I'm sure some people think I'm stupid, but that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. Interesting. I stay in my corner of the world for a reason. I know challenge stuff where I don't have to know what's going on with the lore necessarily. I'm just happy if I can remember to do a post on social that I need to do. I'm very proud of myself when I can remember to do shit on time or remember to schedule the shit. I guess that's just a higher priority in my brain of making sure that the things happen, and even then I forget, so I used to schedule a lot of the social media posts ahead of time. Like at the end of the week, I would go through and schedule everything for the following week while I was sitting there thinking about it. And at least the stuff that I knew had to happen. But there were a few times where plans had to change, and I got left out of the loop of being told the plan had to change. And then the social media post would happen and it was wrong and I didn't know it until like way after the fact. I'm like, well, nobody fucking told me. And I scheduled this shit so I wouldn't forget to do the thing. So I kind of just stopped scheduling. That's yellow. So I stopped scheduling the thing. And now, when I changed my stream day, I didn't realize how long I had been streaming on Wednesdays. Because now that I'm not streaming on Wednesday, my whole week is just fucked. I still haven't adjusted to the fact that I'm not streaming on Wednesday anymore. And it is so terribly sad. Like, you would think that this would not be that big of a deal for a normal person. But apparently I used Wednesday as the stream day as my anchor indicator for, okay, we streamed today, it's Wednesday. Let me go do the thing because we're streaming today and that means it's Wednesday. We streamed today, so I need to make sure that the recycling goes out to the curb because that's a Wednesday night thing. I need to make sure that I do the posts for this week's show because it's Wednesday and this happens on Wednesday at this specific time, so I do it when I get done with my stream. And now that I'm not streaming on Wednesday anymore, I'm just forgetting to do shit left, right, and center that needs to happen on Wednesdays. It's actually kind of irritating the shit out of me. But eventually, I'll remember. So yeah, you got a quest from her for attunement. Oh god, that was eons ago. The fuck? That was like back in Burning Crusade, right? And we didn't do any of that shit when it was current. Our guild could barely get through a heroic dungeon. We couldn't even get through a heroic dungeon in BC. We were dying on the first few trash mobs, like when we first tried to do one. We were finally able to handle it as time went on, but the first time we tried it, we were dying to the trash just inside the door. God, that was, oh Jesus. And then they just kind of shoved her down there, and then we just forgot about her. So like anybody new coming in to the game in recently, like say Shadowlands or BFA, would have no idea necessarily, unless they were bored and poking around down there and talking to NPCs, would necessarily know that's who she is. Alright. So, I just looked at the time and I'm starving. I didn't realize it was quite that late. The last time I looked at the time and it registered, it was like 6:30. So, I'm actually going to put our icing in on this one off stream, I think, because I need to go eat. But hey, we got the colors in. And when we're done, it'll look something like this side. We've got more colors. We have more circles over here because, you know, I wasn't making them as big as over there, but, you know, that happens. So, let's see there we go. Now we're in frame. But, yeah, so, I will record the icing going in, because that's probably not going to happen today. What color is this? Oh, that's peach. I thought it was yellow. Oh, that's right. I moved the yellow over there. So, yeah, I'll do that off stream. I'll record that. I might tie it into the recording where we're working on the chimney. That way I can just do it all in one video. And then, next week, we'll start the Christmas tree. We're gonna put everything together. Like, we'll attach the roof, we'll attach the house to the base. Like, we'll do all of that in one go. So that way anything that I need to glue gun, we'll do in one thing. But I will deal with this, finishing up this one off stream. Yeah. So, because I still need to finish the base, and attaching it to the base is going to be a bit of a pain. I might need, Russell's help. Or I'm gonna have to clean my desk really good, because we're gonna have to move the camera so you guys can see it where it should be once we start getting everything put in. I don't know where the second camera ended up, so I can't just use the second camera. I don't know where it is. I think it got shoved in a box somewhere, or it's buried in a drawer. But I haven't seen it. So, it might be in our box of wires. So, next week I want to start the Christmas tree. That's going to be a little scritchy, because we're going to be stabbing styrofoam, so I do apologize for that. I will try to keep the microphone not pointed at it, so it'll be a little less unpleasant, I guess. But yeah, I need to eat. So schedule this week, Thursday, Coral Island, Friday, Planet Zoo, Saturday, I am back on the WoW Challenges podcast again. We're doing the beta part 2 episode. And then next Sunday and Monday, we will be doing art. Everything is an asterisk next to it, migraine permitting, because I never know if I'm going to have a crippling one. So we're dark tomorrow and Wednesday. Don't forget to check out the social stuff. So we've got the YouTube channel where most of the live streams are archived. We've got the Twitter where I usually post when we're going live or if I have to cancel. We've got the Instagram that has some art on it, but most of the art is on Kofi, and donations can be made there directly to my PayPal if you don't want to go through Twitch. And the art shop is also being moved to over there. I am only shipping to the United States right now because of budget constraints, but I am doing free US shipping at the moment. So that's going to be it for today. Again, if anybody has any issues with the trackers, flagging them, or what have you tomorrow, when the new UI stuff goes live, just message us and remember to give us, name, rank, serial number. Basically, character name, realm, region, and challenge would be helpful. And also, as detailed as you can about what happened, what your problem is, so that we can dig into it deeper without having to play message tag to get all the information we need. And you can reach out to us either in the WoW Challenges Discord or through the WoW Challenges Twitter or Facebook. Discord might get you a faster response because we usually have more people monitoring the Discord at different times of day. I'm monitoring the Twitter and Facebook as well as Lita, so that's going to depend on time zones and when I've had the chance to check in and stuff, and if I'm asleep or not. So if you need an answer now, help me now. I mean, our coder might not be around, so you might have to wait for that, but we can at least start to look into the problem for you faster on Discord. So, have a good night, guys. Hope your week's good. Hang in there. And I'll see you on Thursday for Coral Island.